changed my name from Chic Blade. I didn't know what we were doing.
I did that to mine instantly because
Yeah.
being called kafir in this life specifically is like out of context. I changed my name already, but do
I don't even know how to change my name.
FBI Blade. Hold on.
FBI Blade.
I don't know.
Felt like I was in prison watching this guy make a
bro.
milkshake for 25 minutes.
Yeah, disappointed Blade. Traumatized Blade.
Trauma Blade.
Yeah.
Okay, we are live, by the way.
True.
I don't know if you
Oh
heard
yeah,
that.
actually, yeah, true.
So we are
Okay.
live.
Good.
Okay.
All right.
So this stream was supposed to be about Surah 2, going through the rest of it, maybe going through some of the dilemma material. But we can't have nice things. So today was supposed to be going over the flat earth and the Quran.
Wow. Well, yeah. The little change of plans because world not having nice things, that's a good way to put this, but it's definitely the PG answer. Charlie Kirk got assassinated, so that's really unfortunate. I probably shouldn't be smirking when I'm saying that. That looks horrible on live, but contrary to our ineffective trauma response, which is smiling and laughing at situations like this, it was traumatizing. Yeah, it's like it was traumatizing, and
Terrible.
It is not good. It's very, very bad. So we kind of wanted to cover that today. So we don't really have many notes, things like that. We've been yapping in our chat the whole time. Throughout the day, actually, it's been pretty. This is the most active our servers
in a while.
It's
wish it was for a more positive thing.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's any Christian attributions we can make to like a situation this terrible, but we'll try our best. So we're not gonna have this be a entirely political stream, but if not, it is what it is. But unless you guys want to, I don't care. But it's just that it's a Christian channel, right? So we'll try to get something Christian out of this, but it is important to cover. So we felt as though urgently we should have done it for today's stream. It kind of has to be done, low-key. So that's why we decided it.
I'm quite glad that we weren't able to stream earlier because I already want to crash out.
It's
been rough. It's been.
I was furious. I was furious the whole afternoon. I was really again, like
dude,
obviously
I was at work whenever I watched the video of him getting shot.
I was in school.
It was not a great time to watch it.
Yeah. I had all these guys who were like, "Oh, what do you watch? What do you watch?" And I'm just like, I look like I do now. I was like, they're like, "Who's that? Who's that?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" It's like you guys, know. And then you show them a picture, and they're like, "Oh, that guy." Like everybody knows him. Some way, shape.
Yeah, he's pretty popular even outside of the US because obviously I'm not in that crowd. So I actually the second class finished is when it broke, like the news broke, because I think I left at 3 p.m. something. I saw the video. Yeah, true. I saw the video and like I went to my car and then I kind of processed it and I just wanted to puke. And it's like that usually doesn't happen. I'm not really squeamish, but I think because of my recent health issues and things like that. So that was like, but it was the one of the videos, if you guys are aware of, obviously you two are, the close-up clip of the actual shooting was a lot of people thought it was AI. It's like, what is this? But I saw it instantly. I was like, oh yeah, this is real.
Yeah,
like
real.
You could tell.
Yeah, it's not good.
I've seen enough people die to know, like, oh yeah, that's that is someone getting shot.
And we're not pessimistic, right? And prayers and everything. We saw it, but you could tell like instantly it was like, yeah, this needs a miracle for him to pull through. So it was really sad.
It was really sad that like hour and a half there where everyone's on pins and needles and the whole world's pretty much praying.
It was insane. Like it blew up a lot. Because again, obviously he's a pretty big figure, and I wasn't an avid consumer of his content. I actually don't even like agree with some things he says to be. I mean, that's with everyone, right? But I'm not usually like in terms of the conservative side, like I'm pretty conservative, but I'll be more on the right. Politically, I don't watch his stuff that much, but he's a Christian and everything like that. So it's like you see that, and just anyone in general dying, especially with kids. He has a wife, and they were there, if I'm not mistaken. They were there when that happened. So it's like, bro, you think about them. It's insane. You think we were traumatized seeing that? Yeah, like it reminded me of, like, I'm not gonna say the actual word, but yeah, it reminded me of like some Syrian type clips that circulated like a long time ago that I watched, and also when I was living there as well. It kind of reminded me of that time, and I started sweating, bro, like from my neck. I was like, what's going on? Like, it was really, anything neck related like freaks me out, because with the type of stuff like we've seen. But it was horrible.
Whenever you see a bunch of Muslim jihadis removing heads from people, you watch that. Both in person and just watching videos of it.
It's
pretty messed up.
Very uncomfortable. So again, I don't know what direction we're gonna take this. I didn't have, like, again, this was pretty last minute. I doubt we have a lot of notes. But I think it is worth to cover what this probably means for, like, just Christians around the world, and also just to politicize it a little bit as well. Media sensationalism has really, really, really done some like major damage to freedom of speech. Because we talked about this in the server before, but when you label someone all these like evil names, and you do it over and over again, and that side of the political aisle, like, they feel compelled to act in violence, and the left has kind of monopolized that portion. Like, they've kind of monopolized violence in that way, to where, and this is not even just a leftist issue, this is more so like a testament to the human condition. But it's like, the violence has been monopolized by the evil side, so there has to be some form of repercussion, I feel like. But Julian
came in encouraging us. I mean, I'm not technically pessimistic, even if like America were to be destroyed. I'm not that pessimistic, so I'm like excited for the end times.
I ain't there. It's like, I don't care. I ain't there. Yeah, I ain't there. I don't care.
Like, I want the world to end, but not in like I want to like push the nuke button, but like I want the next life to start. So I'm not that worried too much. That's kind of my own personal perspective of it. Is I'm kind of this weird guy where I'm like, I'm excited to die. Ironic, because I was like suicidal for 10 years, and I was like, I wanted to die then. Now I don't want to die, but I'm excited to. And it's very weird.
It's different now. It's different
paradigm. Very different. Very different.
It's like a good thing.
Yeah. It's like,
I only worry about America. Maranatha, amen. I'm only worried about America and like the whole state of the U.S. is we've kind of been on pins and needles since COVID. And it's just been boiling and boiling and boiling. Like, I stopped getting into politics 2 years ago just because it was too toxic. And it still is way too toxic. And we've been just going through the Twitter reactions to the shooting, and how some people were like celebrating and saying that this was just like ironic because he was a pro-gun advocate. So people were just like posting screenshots of all of his statements about how guns saved people. And then it was really, really toxic and evil and wicked. And I was just like, what is wrong with people that you can't even, like, his body isn't even fully cold whenever you're posting that?
And as a Christian, pro-Israel as well. So I saw a lot of that circulate as well, which you can think what you want about that issue, but you're no different than like the the idea of soldiers shooting a like Palestinian child, like from their perspective. Like, what makes you different for celebrating a death? And like with the gun violence things like that. I actually, surprisingly enough, I've seen some leftist voices come out, and obviously it depends who it is, because a lot of them have advocated for political violence. I'm not let's be honest, a lot of them had a lot to do with this, like the likes of Hassan. And I'm not saying that just because he's a Turk and I'm an Armenian, no bias there whatsoever. But I saw him as like, oh yeah, that's bad. Like, yeah, of course it's bad, gang. Like you've advocated for political violence against your adversaries for a very long time. People like Obama coming out, people like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, all these people have labeled right figures as fascists and have indirectly caused a lot of this to happen. But making this a gun issue is absolutely stupid. Because again, it doesn't speak to the tool that was used. It speaks to the ideology that used the tool to do this, like to make this happen. Like it's just a weird like thing to spin. I bet you if someone had a gun like that was near the shooter at that point, like you would have been able to do something. But,
yeah, or if someone just saw it.
Yeah, or even like, bruv, even we've talked about this like as well to pivot to the Ukrainian girl like recently. It's like you can't just be like, oh yeah, it's the tool used. Yeah, bro, you're telling me, yeah, someone had a knife on that train and he was completely normal, he was gonna use it to do what he did. No, it's the person doing it. It's the issues they have, it's the ideologies they hold. Like, it's not the tool that you're using. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a gun, if it's something.
Right.
Like, it's stupid.
I mean, cars kill more people than guns.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We ban cars. Like, America's obesity rate would go down, but you know, it's like you can't just ban cars. Like, people walk everywhere, bike everywhere. That would be cool, but it's
country's too big to do that.
Yeah, people, man. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that would be right.
Ban obesity. That kills way more people.
Yeah, facts.
There's no advantage.
Yeah, but you know, he's resting in a better place now. It just sucks for his wife and kids to have to like live without a dad, because that's really like the main issue with this whole thing.
His kids are exactly like 4 months younger than my kids.
That's
so both pairs of kids are born about 4 months lesser than both of my kids.
Yeah.
So
that's horrible.
Like, I can't even imagine that right now.
Yeah. Like, because that's the thing with death. You leave this earth, you're not going to feel whatever you're going to feel until Judgment Day and all that, and things of that nature. And he's going to be in a better place. It's the collateral damage you do to the people around you that has stopped me from ending it all on many occasions. Just the thought of, oh, like, life is not good right now, or whatever. I'm having all these issues. I just know my parents exist. And just the thought of that alone, I was like, nah, bro, I can't do this. Like, is the collateral damage you would do to the people around you. So for his life to be taken involuntarily like that, like, bro, it's terrible. And they made like thousands more Charlie Kirks. Like, whoever did this, I don't know what. Yeah, man, thank you.
Amen.
No, but you know, we all struggle like with things like that. But it's true. You can't let these demons you can't let the demons influence you in that way. But yeah, like, the loss of life does much more than just that loss. Like, it corrupts everything around it. Like, there's so much damage that is done just to, like, we're sad about it. Imagine the daughter, the wife, his friends, family, like extended relatives. It's terrible.
People have actually met him. Heck, not even the people that were there.
Yeah. I saw the one girl that debated him in I think it was Oxford, I'm pretty sure. In Oxford University, she debated him. She's crying on TikTok, even though she disagrees with him completely. It was a straight up debate. And even she was like, man, like, I spoke to this person, like, he's gone now. Like, it's crazy. Like, he got killed. It's insane. But
yeah, I mean, my only worry right now is, you know, other than the family and actually finally catching the guy, because it's still unclear whether or not they have the shooter,
which is terrible.
Which is insane to think about, because shooting the neck is extremely difficult. So unless you just got lucky and he was aiming for the chest and just aimed too high. I mean, we've shot together, Gara, where it's difficult.
It is.
Even close.
Especially if you look at the layout that they like mapped this guy out at 200 yards. Or
It's like
insane.
and you'd figure like if he was actually in the crowd, because from what I saw I didn't see much of the details about like the actual like structure of how it was, like how the campus was, but if he was in the crowd, like someone probably would have tripped him, or like they would have had more information. It's like,
well, I was
he was
seeing
much further.
There's video of a guy on a roof with a gun. And I'm pretty sure that was the guy, but there's like, you get like a 30-second clip of this dude sitting on top of a building. You can just barely see like the shape of a body up there.
Yeah.
And you don't know when it was taken. You don't know if it was even the same place. But they're like, oh, this is the guy. I was like, but if someone had that video of that guy up there, you think, even if you're not going to know, obviously, like, oh, it could just be a guy taking pictures, could be a guy getting a long angle shot 200 yards away. Really strange, but most people aren't going to know. They're just going to be like, oh, hey, there's a guy on this roof. Oh, I wonder what he's doing.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, it's just, that's it. This is just guy on the roof.
Because they apprehended some old guy at first, but it's like, it wasn't
apparently they arrested him for an unrelated thing. Like, they didn't say what it was, but it was...
Okay. Because it's funny enough, I linked his account. That actually, I thought about that today after.
Yeah, I was comparing the JFK footage in my head. I was like, well, at least his head, because like JFK footage is really far away and it's really low quality. So even though you can see what's happening, 4K. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
Versus if it was what we have for him, that would be
5 feet away and ultra HD, and it's like
it's much more like it's much more up close. It's crazy. Even the Ukrainian girl, at least the footage I saw, it was like
also, Julian, if you want to hop on, you can. I sent you an invite.
That is true. Oh, nice. But even the Ukrainian girls footage, like the one I saw, like you don't see a lot of the damage except for the blood pouring out, if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys know the clip. I don't know if there's other angles or anything, but that's the only one I saw.
There was a few. I saw one that was at his left side looking at him, and that one was arguably even worse than the one that's up close, because you just see him fall towards you. It's awful.
Yeah. And also like just her pose in general, that was so just heartbreaking. Like her just looking up, like just scared. It's like what just happened. And we were talking about this in chat as well, in terms of cultural deterioration and everything like that. Again, a bit separate from race, just FYI, because like a lot of people attribute it to race now, but you could use race as like an identifier, like, you could just for safety. But
I mean, the dude was probably on PCP, like.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
he was tweaking for sure.
For those who don't know, PCP is an dissociate. So my wife does forensics. So I've had to learn about a lot of drugs that are illegal, especially PCP. PCP is the type of drug, if you take it, you're going to kill someone and you're going to die. It makes you feel crazy, but like the cops are basically trained to shoot on sight for PCP people, because you can't restrain them. And even if you shoot them, you have to shoot them like 20 times. Otherwise, they'll just keep running because they can't feel pain. So you have a person who can't feel pain, can't feel remorse, can't think, and thinks everything around them is an enemy. That's what PCP does to your mentals. So that's just crazy. Like, what do you do with that? And it doesn't matter what race you are. If you're on PCP, you're a threat to everyone and everything around you.
Yeah.
If that is what, because he said that someone put a substance in his body and the substance caused him to do it.
That's the demon inside you, my boy.
Very well could have been, or it could have been like PCP or some other drug.
Yeah.
I mean, he was definitely tweaking.
Yeah. For sure.
And if it was, like, that just explains it pretty well. But that's not a race thing. That's just a guy who takes drugs who killed a woman.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who take drugs and kill people.
Well, there's a couple of witnesses that heard him say a couple of objectionable things about her, and it was only about her race.
That's
why they're saying.
Oh no, he's definitely racist.
So he's a racist, but you don't have to be racist to him just because he's an idiot.
Right? No, exactly.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I was. Yeah, that's kind of what I was arguing before. Like, just because you see a commonality with race with specific types of cultures, like race comes from culture, as weird as that sounds. A lot of these are cultural problems, and it's more so the human condition. Again, tying it back to Christianity, like you have a bunch of white kids doing a boom boom in schools, you feel me? Like you have a bunch of brown people like blowing things up and touching kids. All that is an ideological issue, and it's a cultural problem, and it's more so a development of, again, just human nature in general. That's kind of how we operate. We're just evil across the board.
I mean, you can read the Bible. I mean, people are talking 3,000 years ago, and literally nothing's changed. The implements might have, but people haven't. It's all the same.
People are exactly the same.
There's nothing is improved. They're like, oh, we're civilized now. We're so much better. It's like, no, literally the same exact things are still happening.
No, like you plop a brown, like you plop an Indian in Toronto, like born and raised here. He's not gonna abide by the Indian cultural rules unless he's brought up in it. Like, it's not a race issue. Yes, it's not a race issue. Like, if you take we've seen this like meme of like some black kids that act white, they talk white and things like that. They are brought up in a white culture, and they do not have this issue. And I'm saying white in quotations because, again, it's not tied to race in that way.
Like vague Western culture.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So when a lot of people make these attributions, it's more so from like a pattern recognition type thing where it's like, oh, if I see X race, he's more likely to do this. They're just attributing it to the wrong thing. But in terms of self-defense, like, I guess fair enough. But yeah, it's to make judgments like that. It's still a bit weird, but it is what it is.
I mean, the best thing we could do is just change the culture, which is what Charlie was doing, which is that super ironic part that he was killed because he was changing the culture, and people didn't like what he was saying, even though he was speaking the truth. People got offended at it. And whenever you have people attacking what you put your identity in, so whether it is the alphabet soup community who put their identity in their sexuality, which is not an identity, that's nothingness. It's a fabrication. It is fleeting. There's no value or purpose there. If you're doing that, and there's not much to it. If you're doing it in your race or your victim status, then you're a perpetual victim and you're a perpetual minority where you could just be a person. So if we change the culture to where we don't focus on those things, we actually have like the MLK Jr. ideal of, hey, we're all just people, and we can love each other because we're people, and we can strive to sacrifice for one another rather than sacrificing one another for our own benefit. That is how you would actually approve the situation. Right now, it's just nonsense and people like blaming each other for no reason. Well, for a reason, but the stem of the issue, it's not that person who killed Charlie. It's not Charlie. It is systematized idiocy, or not even that, just like putting your focus and your value and your attention and your identity in something other than who you are and who God made you to be. Exactly. If you are trying to establish your character, establish who you are on lies, then your life is going to be a lie. Then you're going to be angry and feel attacked at anyone who tells you the truth. That's what we see here.
It boils down to everyone wanting to be their own God.
Yeah. It is much more difficult. It is much more difficult to break a habit when it is tied directly to your identity. And this is also tied to ideology. So, for example, the reason this actually, even from a Christian perspective, what I found was when I was talking to a lot of homosexuals, when I was talking a lot about to them about the sin and everything like that, the reason it's so difficult to preach to the alphabet community is because it is tied directly to their identity. Because if you strip that part of them, you no longer have them. It is like you have destroyed their existence. So that is the issue that happens when you tie it to your identity. Is the same thing. The same thing happens with political beliefs. So you'd find a lot of these, even political, like a lot of political people are this way. They are way too loyalist and tribal to their ideology to where it becomes a part of them. Like they are that ideology. They are like, if you're getting paid from it, obviously it makes it harder. But that's when the grift comes in. So if you're a grifter, for example, you can't switch up because that is your brand. That is you. Like you're gonna lose like all your income and things like that. So it's much harder. This is also in the book Atomic Habits as well, if you guys have read it. But it talks about this extensively, that if you make something a part of your identity, is much harder to remove it. And you know, it happens. So when you attack that, it's like they feel way too personal. Like it's like, oh no, I have to do something now. It's like, no, you can just change your mind. Like it's not that big of a deal.
Also, the alternative for them is basically nihilism, because they reject God because they want to be their own God.
Right.
So if you take away their identity that's built on falsehood and you force them to either face their purposelessness or submit to God, they're not going to submit to God because they're prideful. So then they are forced into nihilism, and then or forced deeper, like they double down into their identity politics. And identity politics, since that has been introduced in the 50s, we just see the steady decline of both intellectualism and morality within the sects that adopt it, where you have to abandon any form of reason about human value, which is why abortion is fine, because you're not valuing humans, you're valuing the sex of it. Yeah. So if anything that comes against my own preferences for intercourse, that is evil. Whether that is stopping me from ending a life or stopping me from being and doing whatever I want to do, that's evil, because it's keeping me from the pleasure that I think I want.
It's like, and you kind of touched on this before as well with Charlie Kirk, because he was being relatively effective in like changing people's minds and things like that. You do not become a threat. No, you do not become a target unless you become a threat. Like you're not going to get enemies if you're ineffective. He was effective, therefore he was a target. He became a target, and like he became a martyr for that reason. Whether it was pushing traditional values and Christianity, or he was pushing against leftist ideology, he got like, this should, as sad as it sounds, this should cement him in history. This has, like, as grim as it sounds, this is probably, if you're doing a political fight, this is probably the highest form of achievement you're gonna acquire. Like the fact that you became so effective and you've done so much work for your side that someone woke up one day and thought, you know what, he needs to go. Like,
and especially
they've made
his influence, really. I mean,
anyone that was centrist before, like they see this and they're like, nah, you know what, this is like, I'm on his side now. Like this never ends well. Even when you throw out like tyrannical governments, this happens. There's always a replacement to that person, whether it's Saddam Hussein, whether it's like Osama bin Laden in the Middle East, all that. There was always a replacement regime that was in his place. If Kim Jong-un tomorrow is gone, his brother is going to replace him, and they're going to be much worse than he is. So this is like, this never ends well. I don't know why they would do this, but again, it's an emotional response. They hear him, they're like, nah, he has to go, not thinking that, hey, dummy, like you made it worse for your team, like
I mean, people. Look at Jesus.
Like, case in point, like perfect example. Like the Streisand effect
became
we covered
emboldened
before, but this is true. Like with the Streisand effect, all that. This became much bigger than there was.
Yeah, it's going to be much, like, if you thought he had influence before, like he's going to skyrocket now. People are going
to watch,
because the people who like say they didn't hear about him, they're going to be like, all right, well, let's see what this guy was saying that caused this to
got
happen.
him killed.
And then they're going to watch all this stuff and they're like, oh,
wow.
I never took him that seriously. But now it's like, okay,
let's see what he's got to say.
Like, like it's like someone like me who saw him, who listened to his content, and I was like, yeah, he's cool, like he's decent. I wasn't like a massive fan or anything, right? But now this made me be like, no, now I'm invested. Now I care about it more.
Yeah.
Like it's like
so it goes for anything.
It's crazy.
I mean, you assassinate someone, people are gonna investigate and be like, why did this happen? Like what was he doing? Whether it be Martin Luther King Jr., JFK, Lincoln, stuff like it's just crazy.
I would open Twitter. Rough.
The ironic part.
I came in school.
The ironic part is today is September 10th.
Yeah.
So it was one day before 9/11.
Didn't even register.
Yeah.
So now we have 9/10 and now 9/11.
Yeah. This whole week has been odd, to be honest. I don't know what it is.
There's also the school shooting that happened today.
That is true. I saw that as well. Yeah, man, it's just things are getting out of hand. And there's even protests planned in the UK, apparently. I don't know what that's about. That's more so to do with immigration, too. I think. Yeah. So
it's because all the Muslims. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like there's a lot happening everywhere.
A lot of unrest.
Yes. So I don't know if we should get into the end time stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is
it's supposed to be what no, a week from today or something that's supposed
to that is true. Yeah.
2 weeks.
So I'm gonna record a video tomorrow about the end times. That's gonna come out next week. And then it's gonna go over some of the passages in it. But just the civil unrest is part of the general prophecy. It's not as specific as some of the other ones, but like we're seeing so many things that just are one after the other, after the other, after the other.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Yeah, which again is always my thing. Is like, it's not just that we have end times prophecies coming true; it's that we have 100 of them coming true simultaneously. So it's not just like because every generation has had a few that has been true, but we have dozens that are happening simultaneously in a way that has never happened in history. And Israel exists. Those are two big factors that seems to indicate we're in the end times. And if we're in the end times, we should be expecting both more people converting to Christianity and more persecution for our faith, for speaking the truth. So if we're expected to face more persecution and we're expected to be able to reach more people with the gospel, then more persecution to come from that, what we're going to be seeing. So people like Charlie Kirk, people like us that are teaching online the Bible, telling truth.
We will get martyred at some point. Alhamdulillah,
I honestly expect
it
at some point. Yeah. Which, my wife, we were talking about like, so whenever I started this ministry, I was like, I'm going to be like saying Muhammad was a pedophile and like there's going to be lots of things that I say that are going to get people wanting to kill me. And she's like, okay, I mean, I guess it is what it is. And then today she's like, you've mentioned that a bunch of times and I kind of just ignored it. But that happening today made it way more real. I was like,
yeah.
I think it was definitely eye-opening for a lot of people. Like, whoa. That's what it's like.
Because as well, like we've had close calls recently. This was the time that was like, this can actually happen. Trump, for example, he got shot at, still alive. Trump, I think a second time, got shot at.
There's like 4 assassination attempts that have happened.
Yeah,
on Trump.
Always alive. They fumbled it somehow. A lot of situations like this have arrived where it was the good ending. Now it's like, wow, okay, wait.
Yeah, it was really
all of those instances could have it could have ended like this. So this was definitely like a bit different because for a while people see like small scale like murders and things like that, like we've seen recently on the train and even school shootings, things like that. Not to diminish those deaths in any way, shape, or form. That is absolutely like terrible. But to have such a high profile individual that everyone has cameras on and you can see and you've seen many times, like a lot of people develop parasocial relationships with this individual, and to see him gone like that, it's mind-blowing.
It's devastating. I mean,
the
whole world pretty much came together. Like I was practically in tears, like just refreshing X and seeing all the people all over. Like Netanyahu got on there, Trump,
Yeah.
Like everybody, like every name you ever seen, both sides is crazy.
I'm glad I've like finished a lot of the work we had planned for defending the line for our next video yesterday, because today all day I was like chatting, like I was been on Twitter, all that. So it's like I'm glad I got that handled. But yeah, we're just glued to our phones because
it was
for every
terrible.
update, for every update, every like new like news thing. It was really weird. But so the end times are here, guys.
Yeah, here we go.
Be not afraid.
Yeah,
be not afraid.
End times.
So I was actually gonna bring up just a bunch of Bible verses on like martyrdom.
Yeah.
And the end times, and I don't know if that's gonna be uplifting or.
I mean, at this point, no.
I mean, my only worry with America, which I've tried to say this multiple times so far, but is civil war. I don't know if we'd actually get to the point of civil war. I kind of hope not.
The way things are going, might not
we might.
Get that chance.
We might.
Yeah,
be donezo.
Yeah.
It has to compound. I feel like.
Well, I saw this quote today that they didn't kill Charlie; they killed the moderate right. So
yeah,
all of the moderates are like, yeah, it's fine. It's not anymore.
Yeah,
that's the mindset going forward for a lot of people is, oh, they are willing to do anything to silence us.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Especially what Charlie represented for a lot of people from the outside point of view is like, oh, he just debates college kids. But actually, funny enough as well, it's not funny, but like his last word was violence before that happened, because when he was in the middle of talking, he finished a sentence. The last word he said was violence, and then that happens. But what Charlie represented as well was that side that was willing to converse with people without using force, without like attacking people, things like that. He always gave a fair discussion to whoever it was. So
excellent debater.
Yes,
like did everything right.
Yeah, no college education, no nothing, like not trained in that way, but still very sharp for like
Jesus
his academic.
Parallel. Not calling him Jesus, but
that's
exactly what they said.
Yeah.
Yeah, he reminded me a lot of like West Huff, like a political West Huff.
Yeah. So when they did what they did to him, it was also that ideology. Like it was also the people that are more moderate, that were just pro free speech, and like they always want to give people a chance, and they were pro like discussion and all that. And now it's like, okay, that doesn't work anymore. Like we can't even be civilized in a civilized country, and like we can't even state our views and things like that. So it was also like, the person that was done to. It's like this guy was he was like the least extreme right person you could have done this.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like,
the most
it happens to him. What's gonna happen to me, bro? But you know what I mean? Like it's crazy. So they've done much more damage than that.
Yeah, it's not gonna be good for pretty much anyone involved in this process. Julian, did you turn on your virtual camera for OBS?
And then just all this hatred, like just scrolling through X right now. I'm just checking for updates if anything changes. But man, it's like I can't turn the sound on these things even when I'm just like watching them, because I'm like, I don't even want to hear what these people are saying. You just look and you're like,
no, I'm bro. I can't.
I can't do it. I'll crash out. I'll straight up crash out.
I'll just like I was violent today, boy. Like I was not gonna feed more into that. But yeah, it's insane.
It's terrible.
Yeah, bro. But so those Bible verses, we'll pull them up. I think it's we buttered it up.
Matthew 7.
Yeah, it's so good.
Open up
yourself in the Word.
Real. Boom. Logos.
My Greek is open.
Real. Come on, bro. I can't see a 9/11 meme now. Like, What are we doing, bro? Twitter, whatever.
It's just I don't like September anymore.
Yeah,
Not good. Not
good. I'm not having fun anymore.
I want to go home.
I want to go home. Mom, I'm scared. I want to go home. It's so real.
Come pick me up. I'm scared.
Come pick me up. I'm scared. They're drinking alcohol. They're sniffing the book of sugar.
The book. Okay.
Oh man, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
back to wholesomeness.
Look at that. Oh no,
it's not exactly.
I'm just blind.
Wholesome.
Wow. That is true.
Right. You, however, know all about my teaching, my way of life, my purpose, faith, patience, love, endurance, persecutions, sufferings. What kinds of things happened to me in Antioch, Iconium, Lystra, the persecutions I endured, yet the Lord rescued me from all of them. In fact, everyone who gives to life, or wants to live a godly life in Christ Jesus will be persecuted. Yeah, while evildoers and impostors will go from bad to worse, deceiving and being deceived. But as for you, continuing what you have learned and have become convinced of, because you know those from whom you learned it, and how from infancy you have known the Holy Scriptures, which are able to make you wise for salvation through faith in Christ Jesus. All Scriptures God-breathed and useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work.
Amen.
So, we will be persecuted. We will suffer.
It's like the one thing are guaranteed.
Yeah. It's not easy being a Christian.
No. We are, we have that. We also have First Peter. If you are insulted because of the name of Christ, you are blessed. For the Spirit of glory and of God rests on you. If you suffer, it should not be as a murderer or a thief or any kind of criminal or even as a meddler. However, if you suffer as a Christian, do not be ashamed, but praise God that you bear that name. For it is time for judgment to begin with God's household, and if it begins with us, what will the outcome be for those who do not obey the gospel of God? And if it is hard for the righteous to be saved, what will become of the ungodly and the sinner? So then those who suffer according to God's will should commit themselves to their faithful Creator and continue to do good. Even in our sufferings, even in our evils, what ails us, the pain that we endure, all of it.
That's the hardest part. Like, that's the hardest part. Like, even I saw a TikTok today that was covering this from a Christian, and he's like, pray for Charlie and pray for the person who did this to him. And I was like, man, like that's a very difficult.
That is very difficult, because I was thinking the same thing. I was like,
yeah,
man, you gotta pray for mercy for whoever this is.
Yeah,
I wish we knew. I really do. It's terrible.
Yeah. It reminds me of a shooting that happened a little bit ago. There was this a black church, and I think it was a white guy. He was a racist, and he went into the black church, and there was like a Bible study that was happening. So there's like 12 guys, 12 men and women there, just 12 dudes. I say dudes as like gender neutral.
Yeah.
12 people that were just going to do Bible study, and he walks in, and then they pray for him for like an hour, just loving on him, praying for him, wishing the best for him. And then he still decides to kill them.
Bro.
He wasn't able to kill all of them. And the ones who lived went to the trial to testify, and they forgave him on the stand and said, we love you and we want you to know the love of Christ.
Man. And you're telling me I can't crash out on him? No. Yeah, man.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, man, it's so hard. It's so difficult to do. But I have to do it. And I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but when things like this happen, specifically like martyrdom, I don't know why, but like the spiritual fire kind of reignites, which is a good sign, because again, at some point we're gonna have to suffer for this. Maybe if we're lucky, we won't. But
I'm hoping that
probably
rapture thing is real.
Yeah.
That'd be sweet, especially the pre-tribulation one. I'm like, all right. I can get behind that. I can see why that view gains traction.
Yeah.
It's the pre-trib one. Yeah, it's definitely, it's like it's the same for like the end times, like, or not end times, hell versus heaven. It's like, I want universalism to be true. That just sounds nice. It's almost guaranteed not to be true. And I want annihilationism to be true. I'm not convinced it is true. That's like, of all the possible options, like, yeah, those are the best too. Then eternal conscious torment does not sound very fun. I'm like, I don't really want that to be true, but it seems to be true. It's like the rapture. I think there's a stronger case for a post-trib rapture.
Yeah.
Just throw that out there. I hope for a pre-trib rapture.
Yes.
But
I think everybody is like, that one's great. But I'm behind that one. I don't even. You don't even have to agree with it. You just want it.
Real. We're cooked.
Yeah.
We're cooked.
That's the one we hope for. Maybe not the one we're gonna get.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like anytime situations like this happen with martyrs specifically, it's like you get this like urge to just be a soldier for God. But yeah, I hope when the day comes, muster up enough strength to be able to do that then as well. But yeah, man, it's hard to forgive people.
Yeah, I just felt defeated today.
Yeah. I just felt rage.
Just like
divine rage.
Yeah.
This is where you just want to be Elijah, and it's like, hey, Lord, can I just? You ready for me to burn him from the fire from the sky?
I spin the block. Oh, bro, when you said, because you broke the news to me, you said, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk got shot at. As again, like these never end in deaths recently, yeah. So I'm like, oh, okay, some more.
All right, he got shot.
Yeah,
and I watched the first
fine.
Like long distance, and I was like, oh, okay, he looks like he got shot in the upper chest,
Yeah, because
if they were fast, it's not too bad. And then I refreshed, and then I saw the up close one, and I was like,
because
all right,
the way you worded it, I'm like, oh, someone tried to shoot him. So I'm like, oh yeah, some Mormons spun the block, and then I see the video, I'm like, nah, bro, never mind, deleted that instantly, because I'm like, wow, it's actually bad.
It's not.
But yeah, man, it's terrible. But
yeah,
because I had the same reaction because my coworker ran and he's like, Charlie Kirk got shot, and I said, huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, is he like okay?
I think
don't ruin my dreams.
Real.
My dreams. But I'm like, oh, well, is he okay? Is he okay? And he's like, no, it doesn't look good. I'm like, okay. Oh, so it was like at a place. I was like, I didn't know it was doing a thing today. I didn't.
Yeah.
And then I saw the video and I was like, oh, it's not too bad. Then the second video and I'm like,
oh, bro.
And then, then it's like, it spins around because then I send him that video, the bad one. And he's like, he comes in and he's just like, we were both like looking like ghosts. It was just like your soul left your body.
Yeah. My phone was on low brightness, like in class, because I'm writing notes on my phone because it's much more efficient. So yeah, it's just like I see your message. I'm like, oh, okay, I just typed it. So I didn't watch any of the videos at the time. Then I left. I was like, what? Our friend in another server sent it. I was like, okay, what is this? You just watch it. I see. I'm like, okay, wait, that actually looks pretty bad. I leave class, turn brightness up. Like once it was done, I was in my car. I watched it again. I was like, okay. It was at that point it was like I was very I had my prayers up for him and everything, but man, it looked bad.
Yeah,
knew instantly.
It looks like a rifle hit him based on the way his shirt moved. Whenever a bullet has that much velocity around it, blowing the air off of it, and his shirt doing that was probably not a handgun because the amount of velocity it had.
Definitely not. Even when I was
a clean cut on the jugular too.
Yeah. Like,
which if it didn't hit the jugular, he would have lived.
Yeah,
that's the sad part. Like
there's
literally there's like a half inch that you cannot get hit on both sides, and he got hit by it. If you get hit right here, you can live. Get right here, you're fine.
Yeah.
That's the only spot that you would for sure die in.
Yeah, and it poured out instantly as well. He was out just instantly. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't even there
That's all
wasn't
the
a struggle.
blood in your
it's
brain is
over.
held
Yeah,
in
man.
place by that. So
Yeah.
once this gets cut, and same with like your varicose vein,
Yeah.
which I've seen. I do medical research. I've done a lot of stuff with medical. Like I've seen a lot of surgeries. I've seen a lot of things that people would consider gore, and I've seen gore. That is just a normal reaction whenever one of those two veins are cut. Blood goes everywhere almost instantaneously because so much of your body weight is being rested on that, so the pressure there is extremely high. So that's why you bleed out so quickly. And once you get hit in either of those spots, you have like 3 minutes or less before you're just dead.
Yeah.
Even stopping bleeding, like you have to be very, very, very fast to stop the bleeding.
You can't tourniquet a neck, so
no.
It's like,
I mean, you can. You're just gonna get brain damage.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
crazy.
Well, after seeing that video, if he walked out of that, that would have been an absolute miracle.
Miracle.
Yeah.
Our homie was coping about
probably
that.
definitely would have been the president of like 5 years.
He's like, no, actually, it wouldn't have been a miracle. Actually, his team got on instantly. Like, no, you can't stop that much blood. Yeah, you can't do that. It would absolutely have been a miracle if he lived that. But yeah, it's crazy as well because recently I saw a video literally like a week or two ago because I went like I got some slugs, but it's like I watched a video of this guy shooting a 50 cal and it exploded on him. And part of I think it's very big. Yeah,
exactly what I thought of. Like as soon as I saw that, I was like, because
it went into his neck and downwards, and also his neck was like his actual neck was injured. So he put his thumb in there, and his dad saved him. It was nowhere near as bad as this, obviously, because again, it didn't hit an artery. But yeah, man, I then this happens. I was like, bro, I thought of that video. I was like, man, that's scary. Like it's crazy. But
yeah, it was
a very popular video. See.
Speaking of our homie, he just posted a picture of the close-up video, and apparently the ring on Charlie's hand changes location from his ring finger to his pinky.
What? Yeah. What?
I don't. I'm gonna ask him.
What? Did I just get shot by an AR-15? Feels like it.
Oh no, not that. That's
I know,
like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I was like, bruh. Potential footage. Yeah, he's on there. Like he updates us quite a bit. But he got that sauce.
No, I'm not gonna show the pictures for obvious
reasons.
No,
Yeah, sure not. Okay, so apparently, yeah. So apparently they have a suspect. There's one that was old. They had like a suspect, but they released him because it was like he probably wasn't the guy. But yeah, they did show a rifle. Pellet gun.
This just got announced 8 minutes ago. Looks like on Fox News. FBI has a few hot leads and a quote unquote little bit of foreign intelligence.
Okay.
Shooter. So whatever that means.
Israel.
Yeah, right.
The Jews. They're on it, bro. They're on it. Yeah, man. That's crazy. But yeah, so that is weird though with the ring.
So apparently he took the screenshots too. It's according to him. So if that is the case, then that might be decent evidence that the video was AI made.
I don't know, man.
I'd have to watch the video.
This was all AI. What would that would be a huge conspiracy?
Well, I don't think him getting shot and killed was. I think the Julian hopped off. That's sad. Okay. Good attempt.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's not necessarily like him like the wide angle, but like the close up. If the close up was fake, Anyway.
Well, I saw a side angle shot that was like directly to his right.
That was identical to the close up.
Yeah, and it was identical to the close up. At least from what I could tell, it was god awful.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a camera trick by any chance, although it does look pretty clean. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like that looks very cleanly, unless it is just like shutter speed. But
yeah,
even then,
that was my assumption. But yeah, that is. He should probably. Hey, Charlie, if you there, may I speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell us if it's AI, but no, I doubt it, man. It's. And again, a lot of witnesses were there as well. Some of them even on the left that were there, like actual creators. There's this one guy, not Dean, it's his friend. Parker, I think his name is. They were on the Jubilee video. They're kind of one and the same, but he was there apparently. So he made a TikTok about it. He's like, I saw this few, like maybe an hour ago. So I don't know why he would lie about it. There was a lot of students. So, it's kind of hard to say things like this would be fake. But yeah.
No, I don't think anyone's faking that he's actually dead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but
on that and actually like reference that. Like, I believe that he is dead.
Yeah.
His organization said that he is dead.
Yeah. But I'm saying like what does this imply? Like the ring changed if it's AI, like the videos.
Well, it could just be like the famous video is just not.
I guess yeah. But
all the other footage is real. It's just that video is
maybe
not.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
All right.
So
it would be it would be less gross. Cause I hope it's that's it's not as bad, but yeah.
I mean, either way, he's gone on to the Lord. So
yeah, man. Yeah.
Now
for sure, he's definitely he's in a better place. Again, we can't really it's not us that makes that decision, but from what I've seen of him, he's actually very God fearing. He behaves like it. It's like he's definitely in a better place. So rest in peace, man.
The world hates you. Keep in mind that it hated me first.
Yep.
But if you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. That is why the world hates you. Remember what I told you. The servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you also. If they obeyed my teaching, they would obey yours as well. They will treat you this way because of my name, for they do not know the one who sent me. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would not be guilty of sin. But now that they have no excuse for their sin, whoever hates me hates my Father as well. If I have not done among them the works no one else did, they would not be guilty of sin. As it is, they have seen, yet they have hated both me and my Father. But this is to fulfill what was written in their law. They hated me without reason. Which gets into typology of Joseph. But the world, it's going to hate us. No matter what we do, no matter what we say. As long as we're speaking the truth, as long as we're following Jesus, it's going to hate us. So.
Crazy how that works, isn't it?
Yeah.
They hated the perfect man.
Mm-hmm.
I have no chance. So.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
But don't fear the man who can just kill the body and not the soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that should be on a wallpaper somewhere. Quote is hard.
I mean, it's from Matthew. It's from Jesus.
The Bible do be like, yeah. I don't know what. Yeah, but I'm just saying in general. Yeah, all those verses. Yeah. Quote.
Yeah.
Quote.
To Jesus quote.
To Jesus quote. Yeah.
I will therefore boast all the more gladly about my weakness, so that Christ's power may rest on me. That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong. When we are weak, whenever we don't have hope, whenever we have been beaten, whenever there are people trying to kill us, we can still find strength in Christ, in our persecutions, in our hardships, in our insults. Good is going to come out of it.
Yeah. And also, like, the less of there is of you, the more there is of God, and like even that would give you strength. So yeah, man.
Yeah.
Gotta have a little bit of faith.
Absolutely.
Yeah. For the sake of Christ, we contend. We deal with struggle. We deal with hardships. And it's just
a dream. It's great.
It's crazy. Dealing with hardships and struggles.
Yeah, it's just great.
You don't gotta sound so down about it.
Well, I'm disappointed.
Count it all joy. Count it all joy, those who feel persecuted.
Yeah. It's hard to do that. You should.
Yeah. But any pain we experience, especially because he died so quickly, or at least he because his jugular got cut, you go unconscious almost instantaneous because that's most of the blood in your brain.
Yeah.
So he was unconscious. He probably didn't feel much pain at all.
Yeah, for sure.
But even if he was tortured, even if we are tortured, no matter what suffering you encounter, I talked about this on Monday. Super ironic. My Monday stream was all about martyrdom. Even if we are martyred and suffered and tortured and go through the worst persecution we can imagine, even if the rapture is post-trib, even if we suffer for 7 years, that is a blink in the eye of our next life. We are going to be with Christ in the new life that he has for us for so long that we can't even imagine what that's going to be. And the momentary suffering we're experiencing now, even if you had like 80 years of suffering on this planet, that is a drop in the bucket. It's the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Yep. Like
we can be encouraged by our sufferings are temporary. That there's eternal life and eternal peace in Christ.
Yeah. You know that it's limited.
Yeah.
We have such
unlike hell.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Unless atonements or not atonement. The whatever it's
Annihilation.
Annihilation, thank you. The other A1.
Yeah.
Unless annihilation is true, then it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanos snapped.
Yeah. We have such petty worries here in this world. We just don't realize how little it matters. So that's my biggest struggle personally. It's like, but you have
not worrying about the
situations. Situations like this kind of put it into perspective. Again,
British person, if you want to hop on, you can hop on.
Real? Oh yeah, it's
British person.
British person. He's not even British
person.
Yeah. But yeah. England.
Oh man, I stumbled into Conspirator X. Now they're analyzing the letters on his shirt.
Okay.
So
because of the video, trying to find if it's AI.
Illuminati, bro.
Yeah, here because this one's kind of wild. I'll just put this in the chat if you want to see it or not.
Yeah. Bro, switch from Armani to Gucci, bro. Like,
what? Your shirt changed colors.
Yeah. It got red, like obviously,
like instantly.
Yeah. But
yeah, I'll just throw this here.
Yeah, man.
I don't see what they're talking about.
Don't show it on stream. Yeah, no, sure.
No.
Let's see.
No, I don't.
Freedom.
I don't even know how to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, the velocity.
Not laughing at the video, but laughing at
Freedom. Spot above the FR shirt. Why does it move? Bruh.
Oh my goodness, that's what they're talking about?
So
I wonder if that's a laser. You think that's a laser? And that's why it moves?
Essentially? Let's see. Maybe
I think a laser would be almost impossible to see from 200 yards on a white t-shirt.
Yeah, no, you couldn't see that.
Because someone would have noticed a giant red dot or something.
I think they're
almost a shadow of a bullet, but again,
no, it's too
fast.
It's too fast, unless that's the bullet itself.
Yeah, or like some Maybe
No, he's talking and moving. Oh, it's his mic, not a mic. It's something hooked in. If you look, it's on there while he's talking, and then it just jumps over to the right. So whatever it is, it just got blown off.
Okay.
This is great commentary for the stream.
Yeah, it's like
They're
like, what are these people looking at?
Yeah,
we're watching,
guys. We'd love to show you.
We're watching the video of him getting shot, and it is. Oh yeah, his ring also moves. Interesting. So the up close video might be AI made. Again, I am not saying that he didn't die. That's insane.
Yeah.
What's the obviously this probably has nothing to do with it, but I want to say, is it Revelation where it says I don't know, Delta Fatal Blow comes back and does something. I don't know if it's the Beast or something like that, but I could definitely see that being a future thing, not with Charlie here, obviously, but like with AI, you know, he was Delta Fatal Blow, but it was all like fake, and then, you know, he rises from the dead, and then I want to say it's the Antichrist, probably.
Yeah, it's the Beast or the Dragon, because people interpret it as preterists believe that everything in Revelation's already happened, so they think that the fatal blow that was dealt to Satan was the cross. I believe it was the dragon. The AI, I definitely think it's the AI that makes the beast talk, because the image of the beast is supposed to be speaking. I'm not going to go over this in the end times video, but like, we might do a stream on just like all the end times verses. All of the AI stuff is just making it more and more likely to where people just don't believe anything, and for good reason. If that video that we all watched today was AI made, as people are gathering more and more evidence for, that's insane. How can you trust things?
Yep.
Especially AI is only going to get better. So how do you?
Yeah, I mean, it's already like excellent. I mean, I would give it excellent. I mean, most videos you can tell, but I give that maybe 2 years max.
A few years ago, Will Smith couldn't even eat spaghetti without looking like a monster. Like,
yeah, now it's like,
yeah.
Wait, did he do that?
He's chopping it up.
It's crazy. It's getting better and better.
Yeah, no, it's gonna get to the point where it's indistinguishable from reality, and then if we can create it fast enough, there's already video games right now. 'Cause I'm an AI researcher. There's video games right now that are procedurally generated from an AI engine. Like, it's not from a game engine. It's an AI simulating what a video game should be in real time.
So basically just randomly generate an entire game like now.
It doesn't just generate the entire game. It generates pictures on the screen in real time. So it generates 60 pictures a second. 'Cause it's the 60 frames a second. So it's generating 60 frames or 60 images a second that's turning into video. And whenever you input, it changes. So there's this AI that was trained to generate Minecraft, and you can actually play the AI, and the AI just makes images on the screen that you're watching as you play, and then its inputs is the controller inputs. So it's not a game engine. It's nothing of like, it's just an AI that's trained to make video in real time from controller inputs, and it simulates a video game with that. And they got it to break a tree and collect a block. The pig is pretty awful looking. I could probably find it quick.
Because it's kind of like, it's almost like when you watch those schizo videos.
Okay.
There's like a million pictures like changing per second, or when they like edit
them. Yeah, let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah. There's a video I posted in the server. I don't know if you can show that on stream. Obviously, it's Twitter, so check it first. But it's crazy. Like, it kind of encapsulates what he represented. So it's crazy.
I can show that on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, this one you can. Yeah, it's just around it, right? Because when you open Twitter, but should be fine.
Okay, I mean stop and then start.
Actually, let me. I probably should have verified first because I saw this in the afternoon. Let me just make sure. Yeah, they don't show I'm getting slimed. Okay, it's good. I can show that.
Slimed.
I don't know. I'm trying to make light of it. Okay, it's just it is horrible.
Our country is to find our
Can you hear that?
disagreements
Or is that quiet?
because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Well, it's a growing trend because people like me are facing violence, assaults, the left. Yes, the campus Antifa. I've been stormed out of restaurants. I've been assaulted publicly, multiple death threats.
Okay, so what's your goal in this?
There's more people that agree with me than some people would actually believe, and they come out of the woodwork when I do stuff like this. We record all of it so that we put it on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity. I go around university and have challenging conversations, and because that's what.
That's really it.
Yeah, man. Again,
If there is no if there's no conversation happening, then
we're cooked.
Yeah,
like
much. Just
not gonna scroll on Twitter.
Yeah, don't scroll. Yeah, don't scroll.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Howdy.
Again, Lisa, if you want to hop on.
Yeah. But yeah, again, that's what we spoke about before. That's kind of what he represented. So for this to happen, and the crazy part is now, it's like when someone from the right, like let's say a figure on the right, he has something like this planned where he has to go and speak on a campus, things like that. The one thing the shooter wants is for that not to happen, is for them to be scared to go out to state their opinion and to talk about their ideas. So I saw even recently on Twitter, there's this guy, he's covering political content. He's Myron. He's more so in like the red pill space. His name's Myron or something. Not something. I know him. I know of him. But yeah, even he has a speech planned at a campus, and he was live streaming during this time, and he was like, his chat was telling him, yo, don't go. But it's like, that's what the person wants. Like, he wants them to be scared, to not state their opinion. So the dangerous part about this, because when you have this much risk for stating your opinion, do you want to do it? Like, he might do it, but someone in the future, he's probably going to be afraid because like, nah, I don't want to get shot at. So I'm going to stay quiet on this issue. I'm going to cower on this issue. But again, it's not cowardice because you're losing your life, bro. You lose your life. So
this is a fake video game,
bruh.
So I mean, obviously the car is like driving sideways.
GTA 4. Yeah.
This is GTA 4.
Oh, actually, it's supposed to be, yeah.
It's made in real time using an AI. So it's not an engine playing. This is an AI making. You can see the inputs that he's doing.
Yeah.
So it's inputting stuff. He walked through a tree, but it's really not that bad looking for how many assets are on a thing, and this is him doing an input and then creating GTA on his screen, and he's playing a fake GTA in real time with an AI just running. So whenever we're talking about like deep fakes and even like the Sword Art Online type of you're going into the Matrix, that's becoming more and more of a possibility and a reality as AI gets better. So whenever AI gets to the point where it's so good that you can't tell real from fiction, and it can create like movies in real time and video games in real time, and this like that's insane. Like you even get the blur on the side, and I mean it's not necessarily great quality, but
2 years.
That was from 2 months ago.
Yeah. Game developers will be non-existent.
Yeah, video game makers, movie makers, music producer, like anything you can think of artistically, it's going to be able to be generated as good or better than what humans can make. And we're just going to start absorbing real-time tailored content. So you're going to create the most insane echo chambers possible, where people just become pleasure blobs that are enjoying their personal utopia that is generated for them instead of the real world. So you're going to have that paradisical hell that they're living in. This is just Mario. That's crazy.
That's outrageous, and especially
Even
like
the time ticking.
yeah,
It reset a couple of times.
real.
Oh yeah, the time isn't consistent.
keeps
So
going
it's
every
going back
time.
up. It went back up.
For real, yeah,
But like,
I can't count like down from 400.
yeah.
what are you talking about, mate?
Couldn't a
Oh,
robot?
it can't go past 400. Oh, it died.
Yeah.
Like this is insane.
Could a robot?
This is what I spend my day. I was making an AI model today.
Oh,
That's
you're
what I
the
spend my days
problem.
doing. I'm part of the problem.
Yeah.
Although my problem is to help people survive and live, not to do stuff like this. But
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yeah. Especially
Absolutely
like,
insane.
especially with footage like this, for example, where Charlie is actually present somewhere and he's being recorded. It's
Yeah.
much easier for AI to look much more realistic when the footage already exists. Like I see some of these like slop memes on Instagram sometimes, like David Goggins talking, and it looks much more real because almost all the work is done. He's there, like physically, all that. So it's just the mouth that's AI, and he's saying like some outlandish things. I'm not gonna repeat here, but yeah, it's like it has gone to that point. Like the time a world leader says he's gonna nuke someone, but it was AI, and we can't identify it's AI, we're cooked. It's over. It's like what is real anymore, what's not. So it's getting there. It's getting there.
I mean,
imagine just like deep faking.
But I mean, just putting that little
commands in the
shred
military.
of doubt in things is gonna.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah.
It's awful.
So you
just
can't really believe anything even right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't believe a lot of things for even without AI, but now it's like.
And people are reactive. They're not responsive as well. So that's what you have to keep in mind when you're like the thing you mentioned where you don't even need anything crazy. Just that little bit of doubt is enough because people do not take time to respond. They react instantly. So when they see something, even if they're unsure, it's that emotionality that's already there. We had this today. If this video somehow, some way, this version that we saw was AI, we didn't like, I mean, this was pretty specific because it was so real, but
I feel a little better.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's like we had a reaction, right? Like we didn't take that much time to sit down. I didn't when I was like when I first heard of it. I was like, oh, okay, it's probably fine. Like I didn't think about it. People don't need a lot, bro. They don't need a lot. They think of something a little bit and they just react instantly. They don't take time to respond.
People, I mean, they'll do zero research on most things. At the very least, they'll research their side. They will not look at the other side.
Yeah. A lot of politics is like that.
Because he was, if not the best debater of our generation, especially being so young.
Yeah.
It's
crazy. I mean, he is basically my age and has kids my age and doing, not exactly. I'm not going into politics, but like, if I went down this path the same time that he started, because he started like 15 years ago, that would be someone like me.
Yeah,
getting shot for speaking the things that I generally affirm.
That's the thing people need to realize. That it's funny you said that, and literally the tweet that pops up in front of me is just a picture. It's a blank picture. It says, "I am Charlie." Like we can all end up in this position. And if you have an opinion that's very contested or like you want to exercise your freedom of speech, and there's people like this that are pushing this type of behavior out there, and you're not protected, this could be you.
Yeah.
Like you can be English and like it's like you're cooked. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and your government tries to kill you.
Yeah. It's like you can't even fly your own flag in your own country. Hello.
No.
You see?
You see?
He feels personally attacked.
Needs more green, red, and black.
Real.
Green, red, and black. Oh no! So speaking of the apocalypse, do you know what colors are the colors of the apocalypse?
Green, red, black, and white.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Do you know what colors are the colors of the Muslim flags?
All of them are that. Almost.
Huh.
Well,
Rainbow
apparently,
pride
yeah.
flag.
What was that, Tommy?
Rainbow flag. Pride.
Real.
Oh, the rainbow flag. Yeah, no, it's not that. It is.
I mean, they're getting a couple of those colors in there now. It changes every year.
It's a lot of green, a lot of red, a lot of black.
So if I just pull up Islamic country flags, follow me.
They're all shit the
Save
same.
this one.
It is crazy. They are extremely similar.
Yeah, it's almost always the same color scheme. Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, Palestine. All of them are the Afghanistan's an exception, but that's because they changed their flag. But the flag before was shared that color scheme as well. But yeah,
just look at this. Just look at this real quick. So the 4 colors of the horse of the apocalypse is red, black, white, and green. Okay, so first one, check. Second one, check. Third one, check. Fourth one, check. Fifth one, no, adds yellow. Other than that, check. Sixth one, same thing. The Christmas tree, check. Next row, check. Not check yellow. Not check yellow and blue. Yellow, blue, yellow. Check. Not check. Not check. Not check. Check. Not check. 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 I think out of all of these, like a little over half of them are just those colors. A lot of them throw in the yellow, but if you ignore the yellow, it's just the colors of the apocalypse. And even with the yellow, it's still the vast majority of them are one of those 4 colors.
I want to make an Ireland joke so bad. That's not Ireland, is the issue.
Wow, so just flip it upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, it's like, but I'm sure.
Okay. End times. We'll be able to tell when the end times are coming, according to the Bible.
Fun. Right here, we're living in it. We're living.
Yeah. What's interesting thing, if I stop sharing that and I share my screen and stuff. So Jesus, who is the
Logos,
same
thing.
Is Logos, yeah.
He is the Logos, but yeah. So even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. Truly, I tell you, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. Heaven and earth will not pass away, or heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. This gets into
this generation.
Yeah, there's 2 different ways to interpret this generation not passing away, and it not being a contradiction or a lie. You can say that it is talking about the temple being destroyed and the destruction of 70 AD, which very well could be. But also we have the loud trumpet call. This is the Son of Man returning. So you could say, okay, one of 2 things is possible. One, it's the generation that sees Israel be restored, which would be us, or at least our parents, or grandparents, which, and then, or you could say it is the generation of Jesus. Yet, I guess you have 2 different views. You have Emmaus's view, which is a little open theism. Prophecy wasn't actually set. That was the prophecy, but because the end was delayed, it didn't actually occur. So that's one possible view. Jesus didn't do a false prophecy, just the prophecy itself was canceled because the conditions necessary for it changed. So you have that view. You have the view that it's just the people of that time seeing the destruction of the temple, which did happen. And you have the view that it is us right now because of the creation of Israel. Which is, kind of crazy. But we will know when these things are approaching, when these things are happening. When you see these things, you know it is near, right at the door. So when we see a sign of the Son of Man in heaven, Then all the peoples on earth will know, and they will see the Son of Man come in the clouds of heaven. But there's these other signs that are happening as well. False messiahs, false prophets. This was happening at the time of 70 AD. It's also happening now, with like the Mahdi and all those other Islamic false prophets.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. Yeah,
Still going.
just more of the same. But we have all of these various prophecies in it, and a bunch of other prophecies from a variety of other places. That it's interesting that we will know when it's going to happen. And it looks like it's happening, from my opinion.
We have the exact date now.
We have the exact date.
We got like
September 24th.
4 days.
Yes.
Also,
yes.
24th. Man, we got 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks and the end will happen.
We've waited 2,000 years. I don't want to wait 14 more days. It's terrible.
What if it's tomorrow? Okay, now that I said that's not gonna happen. Okay. Yeah.
I always thought that too. It's like, what if it's just some dude whose entire like family line all the way back then said it's gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna happen tomorrow. And then God's just sitting there like,
okay, I can't.
One of these days.
I have to wait. Yeah, I have to wait.
You forgot. Bam, happens.
Yeah. No, it's you can't. It's because it's the day and the hour. So every hour they have to be like, okay, it's gonna happen next hour. It's gonna happen next. And you have to have someone awake during the nighttime to be able to do it then too. To have 24-hour cycles of people just being continually predicting it for the last 2,000 years.
Yeah. It's like
then like an earthquake happens or something, like their house falls and they all die. Then the end comes.
Crazy. Man.
Meteor strike. Yeah.
What are them things?
Yeah.
Do we have specific, because we've covered this a long time ago and I haven't read Revelation in a very long time. What were some of the specific signs that we were looking for to know that the end times are here? So when you are applying it to today's time, what are some things you're seeing that are like
wars,
low-key happening? Yeah.
Well, actually, wars are not. Transvestite is actually one of the signs. Actually,
that's hilarious.
You say that as probably a joke, but that's not really a joke because it's supposed to be the same type of morality as Rome, and they practice that.
Yeah.
And at the flood, they were probably practicing that. So, we see a lot of that.
Polish femboys.
So we got the time and hours covered, kind of like the all zip covered mode.
For real.
Yeah. They just have this dog pile on the time and hours.
It was getting dogged, boy.
It's already tomorrow in China.
Facts.
That's the other thing. Like, what time zone are we going based on?
I would assume Jerusalem.
Yeah.
As Jesus is going to return over Jerusalem.
Or if it's the Islamic view that the sun is up at all times.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not that the sun's up. It's that Allah's in the sun or in the sky at all times. The sun sets into a muddy pool.
That yeah. Okay, it was 11 man actually. Yeah, I confused them.
Yeah, no. Allah is always
muddy
on there,
pool. That's a different.
The consequences of the hadith.
Yeah.
But we don't need to disparage Islam, all the Englishmen's here.
Yeah, that's true.
So we have.
We're offended. It's his religion. We don't want to offend it.
It's their national religion. We don't need to besmirch it.
We forgive you.
Yeah. So
the English slander has been crazy ever since I invited him, bro. This is sad. I'm sorry for.
We never talked about England before you joined.
Yeah.
Other than saying a bottle of my.
At least it's not Tuesday.
No, he can't even eat food properly now, bro.
On Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's become a myth anyway. It doesn't even exist anymore.
Real.
England's not even.
Oh, no, England.
Yeah. Little Pakistan.
Englistan or whatever.
Englistan.
Britston. So actual end time signs. You're gonna get your red heifers, which is happening. You're gonna get your drying up of the Euphrates River, which is happening. You're gonna get your third temple being built, which are people trying to do. You're gonna get the false, the Antichrist coming and leading, which who knows who that could be. It's gonna be someone charismatic that'll unite people into one false religion. You're going to get your that third temple. I don't remember if I mentioned that. Mass taking on. So there's going to be one great revival that happens that like a lot of the population of the earth is going to come to Christ, and then there's going to be a mass falling away. So whenever we see like billions come to Christ and then another like billion or two leave, that is a sign of like the immediate end is going to happen. Same with the third temple and Armageddon. Armageddon is the last major sign. So once we see a giant million-man army come against Israel, so like if you see a bunch of Muslims attacking Israel, you'll know Armageddon is starting and the end is literally nigh. Like, hey,
it's time.
Go out into the streets, preach as much as you can. We're gone. We're leaving. Especially because Israel probably will nuke them. So who knows what'll happen from that. But it's gonna be chaos. So whenever you see Armageddon starting, whenever you see the third temple being built, which will probably happen around the same time period, that's whenever we like kick things into overdrive. Right now is more like we need to prepare for that time, which very well could be now, very well could be like 100 years from now, very well could be 1,000 years from now. I lean towards it is happening soon myself, because the Euphrates River is supposed to be like at the rate it's going to be dry by 2040. So I would put like a 15-year time limit.
The moon turning red too.
Yeah, the moon turns red, the sun turns black, but it's not just like an eclipse. Like the sun literally is not giving light on the earth, like what happened in Egypt. So like the 9th plague would be happening on the planet. There's going to be signs in the heavens, which we've been seeing lately with the last couple of years. Like all of America saw the northern lights at the same time, which I had got some pretty cool pictures of it. That's the first time it's ever happened.
Wild.
It's insane. Like Hawaii's only seen the northern lights twice. That's incredible. So we see these signs in the cosmos that are unique, that are weird. We see these hurricane and like natural disaster events, which could be part of the groaning of the earth. And you still have all of the stuff with Israel, because Israel has been an unshakable rock that was born in a day. So like half the prophecies of the end times is just about Israel. It's not even about the rest of the world. It's just Israel focused. Almost all of the Israel focused prophecies have been fulfilled. That's kind of crazy.
Been, 75 years.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of them are filled in a single day, because so there's like prophecies about how Israel will be born in a day, which is pretty insane.
No.
Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. We also have them getting the pure tongue. Oh yeah, here it is. Stage. Who has ever heard of such things? Who has ever seen things like this? Can a country be born in a day, or a nation be brought forth in a moment? Yet no sooner is Zion in labor than she gives birth to her children. So
here's your country back.
He literally just like flips a switch, and we this wasn't just fulfilled prophecy. This is like, we know the exact hour that this prophecy was fulfilled. It was May 14th, 1948. Like, this prophecy is just outright. So an interesting thing about like dispensationalism and all of the people who take Hebrews 8 as literal versus figurative, like the promises and the blessings on Israel having a literal nation in the literal land they're inheriting, all that stuff came about 100 years before Israel was an actual nation. And then Israel became a nation. It's like, oh no, this prophecy was literally fulfilled. It's not figurative. It was literally fulfilled in a moment in time. That's kind of insane. So we have that. We have all like the gathering passages, or like 30 of them, with both Jesus and the Old Testament, where in that day the Lord will reach out his hand a second time to reclaim the surviving remnant of his people from Assyria, from Lower Egypt, from Upper Egypt, from Cush, from Elam, from Babylonia, from Hamath, from the islands of the Mediterranean. So from Europe and from Asia, Africa, and Turkey in the Middle East. So we have all of those lands coming back and creating a single nation. He will rise a banner for the nations and gather the exiles of Israel. He will assemble the scattered peoples of Judah from the four quarters of the earth. Ephraim's jealousy will vanish, and Judah's enemies will be destroyed. Ephraim will not be jealous of Judah, nor Judah hostile towards Ephraim. So the split between Israel and Judah will be mended, So there's going to be one Israel that is going to be created instantly. They're going to conquer their enemies, and then God says that He like puts a stone in Zion that's immovable. And since Israel has become a nation, even them becoming a nation, they haven't lost a war, and they've actually gained territory in that process. And
it's kind of crazy.
They're now
Israel,
like,
is this big, and like everyone else is just like impenetrable.
They're surrounded as well. It's crazy.
Yeah. So you have them. Here's just a list of all the things about Israel. So they're born in a day. The Jews regather in Israel. The Jews return from the north, south, east, and west, which happened. It became a wasteland during the Diaspora, which did happen. Israel was uninhabited during that time. So the Arabs that are complaining that they made it wonderful, then the Jews took it back. It's like, no, it was a trash heap. The way that Arabs were treating it, then Jews came and they made it into this beautiful utopia. And then there's also this thing where Israel blossoms and exports produce. So in Isaiah 27, it talks about how Israel is going to be this nation state of prosperity, and it economically, from vineyards, from forests, trees, all that stuff has happened. That they're going to have a pure language returned to them, which was from Zephaniah 3. Which me and Garo were actually doing a Bible study on that whenever Syria was conquered. So we were talking about like the end times and all that, and like the fact that Hebrew itself is a language is kind of interesting. I can pull that passage up real quick.
It's also useful information to know as well, just in general, because when the time is here, hide your kids, hide your wife, and preach to them and all that.
Yeah,
to the people. Nah, but it's like, because you're gonna have scripture backing what is happening with like the world religion and all this collapsing and everything. It's like you'll be able to be like, hey, look, like if you know this information, it's gonna be a very useful tool to get some last minute harvest. Just be
like, hey, this was prophesied. Look at these prophecies. That's what's gonna happen.
It'll be like, what? Yeah.
So I will purify the lips of the people so that all of them may call on the name of the Lord and serve him shoulder to shoulder. So this phrase here in the Hebrew is interesting because it's kind of like, I will give them a pure tongue. And it's unclear whether this is supposed to be sacrificial language where, like, I believe it's Ezekiel, he goes and he says, I'm a man of unclean lips. And then the angel of the Lord brings a coal from the altar and touches his lips with it and makes them clean. He purifies them. It might be that they are purified ritualistically, that they're brought back to him to be able to do sacrifices and all that stuff. Or it could be that they have Hebrew returned to them. They have a language that is pure. Well, Hebrew is one of the only languages that doesn't have swear words. There's no profanity in Hebrew. If Jews want to use profanity, they curse in English and they curse in Arabic.
Yep.
Which is hilarious to me.
Yeah.
So they have a pure language that's pure from profanity, and it was returned to them whenever they became a nation state. So whenever they took back Israel, they decided, let's take back all of our culture. And for the first time in thousands of years, they've returned to Hebrew language. They single-handedly revived Hebrew. And now they changed it slightly because they pronounce W's as V's because of German and Yiddish, because the W is a W. It's like they say va or and when it's supposed to be wa, which is, like Arabic. But, that's too Arab, so they don't want to do it. And they've been altered from German because German pronounces W's as V's. So they changed the sixth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, the Wav, to a Vav. But other than that, it's the exact same language. Now, there's a little bit differences in grammar and how some of the modern usages are done. So when I learned modern Hebrew first, then learned biblical Hebrew after, it's different enough that you have to learn them independently of each other. But it's not so different that it's not like the same language. You get the gist of it.
So like the NIV compared to the King James, essentially.
Pretty much, yeah. A little bit, yeah. That's actually a pretty good comparison. Like there's words that are not used anymore, for example, but that's the same with King James.
So modernization on it,
yeah. But so God returned. God returned a pure language to them, a language without profanity. Why? so that they may call on the name of the Lord. And this is Yahweh here. The only way you can say God's name is if you're speaking Hebrew.
But if you got rid of the W, they call him Yahweh.
Yahweh. Yeah, which a lot of Jews do. Well, the Jews who are Messianic who actually are okay with speaking the name of God. Most of them just call him Hashem, which, it just means the name. But now they have a language in order to be able to call on the name of Yahweh. That's pretty incredible. So for 2,000 years, this wasn't the case. And now, in the blink of an eye, it is. It's available. It's crazy. Jerusalem rebuilt on its own ruins. This is a pretty important one because it was literally just rebuilt on ruins. And it was still ruins whenever the Jews came back because of all the crusades that have happened and all the times the city was destroyed. So there was not just its ruins from 70 AD. There were 1,000+ years of conquest in the land that caused ruins to the point where no one wanted Jerusalem anymore. It was abandoned. So I will store the fortunes of Jacob's tents and have compassion on his dwelling. So again, they're going to be rich. And the city will be rebuilt on her ruins, and the palace will stand in its proper place. From them will come songs of thanksgiving, and the sound of rejoicing I will add to their numbers, which he has. Other than the Holocaust, they're back up to their pre-Holocaust numbers now. And they're mostly in one location, which is unique. So I will bring them honor, and they will not be disdained. Their children will be as in days of old, and their community will be established before me. I will punish all those who oppress them. Their leader will be one of their own. The ruler will arise from among them. I will bring him near, and he will come close to me. For who is he who will devote himself to be close to me, declares the Lord. So you will be my people, and I will be your God. So they are going to be punishing those who oppress them, like blowing off all their testicles with pagers.
Okay.
And their leader is going to be one of their own. This is highly important because this is the first time it happened in 2,000 years. Really close to like 2,500 years.
Right, and
Israel
that's what puts
had
this, like, this is why it can't be the second temple, right? Because this is before the exile.
Yeah, and during the second temple, they didn't have a leader that was of their own.
Right.
They had Herod, but he wasn't actually their leader. He was a puppet.
Right.
Which so now they actually have a national leader. Yeah. So, and then also during the second temple Judaism, they were slaves. They didn't have those who were like, they didn't punish them. So like this language is very difficult to make be second temple Judaism, which is where I disagree with Emmaus on a couple of these parts. But here we see this is unique. Israel was not a sovereign nation for 2,500 years, and then they popped into existence and became a sovereign nation with their own leader.
And they have been punishing all who oppress them.
Yeah.
Extremely. Extremely. Yeah.
Now we just got to get to the will be your God part.
Yeah. Which, I mean, they still, I mean, a lot of them are secular, but they are accepting Yeshua slowly. Bit by bit. We have the highest percentage of Messianic Jews in history now, and that's increasing year over year, not decreasing. So there was like a 5% increase over the last couple of years, which is an insane amount.
That is huge. Because how many people are in Israel?
The 5 million, 6 or 11 million, I think. Israel pop 10 million.
Wow, they've been breeding, boy.
Yeah, so they're finally past their Holocaust levels.
Yeah. In the 1960s, they were like 2 mil.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because of the.
So you're talking 5%. Yeah.
That's a lot of people. Yeah, there's like tens of thousands of people coming to Christ in Israel every single.
There's so many good apologists out there too. Like the channel, is it So Be It?
So Be It is wonderful. I love that guy. Yeah.
I met that guy. He's sweet.
Great guy. Never met him.
Yeah. I met him. I did the Stater dinner with him. That was
real.
It was interesting, to say the least.
Really?
Eating raw horseradish for fun, for the experience.
Chris has you sent. Yeah, So Be It. I recognize this format in the thumbnail.
Yes,
they were showing like the Israelis that were like actually coming to Christ and all that, their testimonies. I gotta watch these more. I don't delve into the Jewishness that much. I should do it. But yeah. Because there is like they are coming to God more and more. Even though it's not big numbers, it's still happening, which is good to see.
Yeah, just the fact that there's an increase. Like it's not stagnant and it's not dropping.
Especially with
increasing
Jews,
in percentage. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially with Jews, like Judaism in general is such a like exclusivist religion. Most religions are exclusivist, but Judaism specifically is very tied into their own like group. So for them to come to for them to break a part of that and actually accept Jesus is very good. It's very impressive.
Yes.
Guys, I'm actually have to go. Obviously keep streaming all that, but I'll head out, get shower up, go to bed. But it was fun.
Yes.
So yeah, this Friday, we'll be uploading. We're uploading a video.
27. Yeah.
Yes. So we're going to be back to Islam slander, and then obviously the end times that's going to come probably next week. Unless we change.
It has to be next week because it has to be before the end is supposed to happen.
Oh yeah, it's
has to be before it. So
otherwise, it'll be like a blooper reel.
That is true.
I know. Yeah.
So
blooper
reel.
That'd be funny. Imagine that. Like imagine recording a video on the end times and posting it on YouTube to be scheduled to be uploaded. The rapture happening, and those left behind watch the posted video as it comes out,
bro.
On the end times. Oh man,
that's why you have to say
awesome.
Today it's happening. Today it's happened. Like you just have to.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen on the.
I get it. So it's always happening. Like the Menavos.
Yeah, man. Just is what it is.
See.
You see the proof. I'm up.
See ya.
Go see. Go be an adult.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep, man. Got school tomorrow, all that, but staying busy. All right, peace.
Goodbye. Now that the anyway, I love Gara. I've known him for those who don't know, I've known Gara for like 9 years.
Wow.
He's my best friend. Whoa. Anyway, so that's him. I'll remember that. Anyway, so the word of the Lord concerning Israel, the Lord who stretches out the heavens. It's a pretty cool scientific miracle. Who lays the foundation of the earth and who forms the human spirit within a person, declares, I am going to make Jerusalem a cup that sends all the surrounding peoples reeling. Judah will be besieged as well as Jerusalem. On that day, when all the nations of the earth are gathered against her, I will make Jerusalem an immovable rock for all the nations.
The Dome of the Rock?
Yes. All who try to move it will injure themselves. Not that they will be injured, they will injure themselves trying to move the rock. If you pick a fight with Israel, you're going to be injured because of your own decisions. On that day, I will strike every horse with panic and its riders with madness, declares the Lord. I will keep a watchful eye over Judah. I will blind all the horses of the nations. Then the clans of Judah, and this actually is like related to Israel destroying the munitions of like Iran before it actually launched most of their missiles. It's kind of crazy. Like,
which was crazy,
yeah. If you think of horses like the like symbolically, not like literal horses, but like the war engines, like what wars are fought with. This is like, I will cause the armies, the warriors of the other nations to be blinded, to be still, so that they can't actually attack Israel, which is what happens. It's happened several times now. And then the clans of Judah will say in their hearts, the people of Jerusalem are strong because the Lord Almighty is their God. That's literally like almost word for word their mantra nowadays for the army, which is pretty cool. On that day, I will make the clans of Judah like a fire pot in a wood pile, like a flaming torch among sheaves. They will consume all the surrounding peoples, right and left, but Jerusalem will remain intact in her place. And the Lord will save the dwellings of Judah first, so that the honor of the house of David and of Jerusalem's inhabitants may not be greater than that of Judah. On that day, the Lord will shield those who live in Jerusalem, so that the feeblest among them will be like David, and the house of David will be like God, and the angel of the Lord going before them. On that day, I will set out to destroy all the nations that attack Jerusalem. So there's going to be this shield that protects Jerusalem. I'm just thinking like the missile defense system that's around Israel all the time, specifically Jerusalem, the Iron Dome, and the Sling of David is the other name for it. So they have two different missile defense systems. The Iron Dome is one of them for the like cheap rockets, and then David's Sling is for the most expensive rockets, which is what was used against Iran's attacks. So this is like pretty insane. Jerusalem is going to send all the surrounding peoples reeling, and they're going to be an immovable rock. And all those who try to fight Israel is going to be injured. Like they're going to injure themselves.
Which is happening thus far.
Yes. Yeah. Israel's going to feel invincible. They're going to be partitioned by all nations. So everyone is going to want to divvy up their land. And this literally happened in 1947 with the UN partition plan. We also have the Eastern Gate remaining closed until the Messiah returns, which is happening. Israel united as one nation is the first time it's happened since David, really, like Solomon, kind of, but like since like the second to third king, Israel was a divided nation because they sinned before God and Jeroboam did bad, and all this split happened. So now they're going to be united, and they have been, which has been pretty cool to see. Jews will have no king until Jesus returns. They technically don't. That's from Hosea. They will rebuild the temple. The temple sacrifices will be reinstituted. The red heifer will be born without blemish and then sacrificed. And then most Jews will remain blind to the Messiah until the end. So that is one of the most important parts because we see this happening now, which is pretty cool. So as he approached Jerusalem and saw the city, he wept over it and said, "If you, even you, had only known on this day what would bring you peace, but now it is hidden from your eyes. The days will come when you and your upon you, when your enemies will build an embankment against you and encircle you, and hem you in on every side. They will dash you to the ground, you and your children, within your walls. They will not leave one stone on another, because you did not recognize the time of God's coming to you." So this is literally what happened with 70 AD. And it's interesting. He predicts the destruction in a really cool way. And we also have Paul. I do not want you to be ignorant of this mystery, brothers and sisters, so that you may not be conceited. Israel has experienced a hardening in part until the full number of the Gentiles have come in. In this way, all Israel will be saved. As is written, the deliverer will come from Zion. He will turn godlessness away from Jacob, and this is my covenant with them when I take away their sins. So how are sins taken away in the new covenant, in the Bible? Through the sacrifice of Jesus, by accepting the sacrifice of Jesus. So in order for them to be saved, in order for them to have their sins taken away, they have to believe Jesus is God. He is the Messiah. He is Yahweh. So we have Jews remaining blind, not being able to see, and whenever the end comes, they're going to be coming into the faith. What do we see happening right now?
Exactly that.
Exactly. It is kind of insane. So we have so many prophecies. Oh yeah, Turkey joining Israel on the attack. That might be part of Armageddon. Egypt and Jordan not participating in the attack, which we've seen because they both have peace treaties right now. The rise of global anti-Semitism was prophesied. Iran, Sudan, and Libya taking part in the attack. And Russia and China attacking Israel, which is possible. So we have this army of the East, this million-man army of the East coming against Israel and then being destroyed. That's kind of crazy.
It is. And it's like feasible now. Like a million-man army is like not
China.
Yeah, out of the realm of possibility, like by any stretch.
Yeah. That's like 10% of China's population coming against a nation would be 1 million men. That's easy.
Big army.
That's not even difficult. That's easy
to
accomplish. So, yeah.
I know someone on the radio show I listened to, he did the math on I don't know, I don't think it's Revelation. You'd know when the is it the
Nile? It's 100 million, but still
with blood.
It's the waters of the sea. So, and it could be the Mediterranean Sea. It could be, just the ocean, like ocean water in general turning blood or blood red. It could be the Jordan. It could be the Euphrates. Euphrates is supposed to be dry, so it's likely not going to be that one. I think it'd be more likely to be the Sea of Galilee or the Dead Sea if it's supposed to be coming from the east, or possibly even the Red Sea, but that's way too south. Yeah, it's the sea that's supposed to turn red.
It was red.
Yeah.
But someone did the math. I forget which one he used, whether it was a sea. He picked a river. He said it was 200 miles by 5 feet deep. It was like the average or whatever. He did all this math because it was supposed to be filled with the blood of men.
Mm.
And it ended up being for 200 miles at 5 feet deep. It was like 3.6 billion people. Oh, that's what it is. It's the mass slaughter at like the end where like
a third of the earth will be destroyed.
And by doing this math that he did, it was 3.6 billion people. And that's like, it's close to like where we're at. Not quite.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we have 8 billion people now. In another like 10 years, we'll be past 9 billion. So we are.
Be a third.
It's there was 6 billion people alive whenever I was born. Now we're up to 8. There's been an additional 2 billion people in the last 30 years. Crazy. Yeah. No, the whole description of that time period.
Like, I don't even want to think about that.
We can read it real quick. As you don't want to think about it. So the fifth angel sounded his trumpet, and I saw a star that had fallen from the sky to the earth. So this is probably Satan. The star was given the key to the shaft of the abyss. When he opened the abyss, smoke rose from it like the smoke from a gigantic furnace. The sun and sky were darkened by the smoke from the abyss, and out of the smoke, locusts came down on the earth and were given power like that of scorpions on the earth. They were told not to harm the grass of the earth or any plant or tree, but only those people who did not have the seal of God on their foreheads. So this is the cross on the foreheads, which our Englishman here has. So he's safe from this. They were not allowed to kill them, but only to torture them for 5 months. And the agony they suffered was like that of the sting of a scorpion when it strikes. During those days, people will seek death, but will not find it. They will long to die, but death will elude them. That
sounds just wonderful.
Brutal. Yeah. The locusts looked like horses prepared for battle. On their heads, they wore something like crowns of gold, and on their faces resembled human faces.
It's going to be horrifying. I saw someone draw a rendition of this.
If you don't know, a locust is a grasshopper. So this is a grasshopper with the face of a person that has a sting. So they somehow have a stinger.
That's the size of a horse.
Maybe not. Like maybe there's like muscular and buff or like ferocious. It might not be the size of a grasshopper, which would be kind of crazy. But their hair was like a woman's hair, and their teeth were like lion's teeth. They had breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings were like the thundering of many horses and chariots rushing into battle.
They're gonna be pretty big if they're thundering like that.
That's fair. That's true. Well, actually, have you ever heard a locust swarm?
Oh, they're terrible.
Heard a
they're scary.
Recording of it? It is loud.
Yeah.
So
it's like a helicopter coming in.
Yeah. They had tails like with stingers like scorpions, and their tails had power to torment people for 5 months. They had as king over them the angel of the abyss, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and in Greek it is Apollyon. That is the destroyer. The first woe is past, the second woes are yet to come. The sixth angel sounded his trumpet, and I heard a voice coming from the four horns of the gold altar that is before the Lord. It is said the sixth angel who had the trumpet released the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates, and the 4 angels had been kept ready for this very hour, and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind. The number of the mounted troops were twice 10,000 times 10,000. I heard their number. So this could be 100,000, it could be 200,000, or no, 100 million or 200 million men. Now you could say this is like, like the interpretation of this itself is kind of blending into the other side of it with the 100 million men coming to slaughter Israel. But still, we have a third of humanity dying in this event. So if it is supposed to be 3 billion people that make up the pool of blood, in like 10, 15 years, that would be exactly a third of humanity.
But hopefully the rapture already took place at this point, so
you know
we don't really have to read this,
Yeah. Yeah. And then the rest of the mankind who were not killed by these plagues still did not repent of the work of their hands. They did not stop working or worshiping demons and idols of gold, silver, bronze, stone, wood, idols that cannot see or hear or walk. This might be part of the apologetic that Islam uses for the Quran. Nor did they repent of their murders, their magic arts, their sexual immorality, or their thefts. So we have...
Yep, all still things happening today.
Nothing has changed. Today. Nothing has changed whatsoever. But it's interesting, even after all those plagues, mankind still did not repent. Not all of them, but some of mankind still did not repent. So if, thinking about this, like, what if this is just because of AI? What if this is because people just don't believe it's actually happening? I can't imagine that they wouldn't.
Yeah, there'd be a point where that many people, so does that imply that everyone who repents dies?
Yeah, the ones who repent are going to be beheaded before this.
Right.
So, yeah.
I can understand why people wouldn't repent. They're like, I don't want to get my head removed.
Yeah.
But at that point, what is there going to be left? Like you're going to be like, all right, I just watched billions of people die.
Yeah.
You want to live out Fallout in real life or something? I don't know.
I have to read the passage again. I saw this interpretation of one of the passages with the 2-headed goat and how that's America because it's 2-headed. So like it has 2 different heads of it. And it is the 2-headed goat is what gives power to the beast in order to speak. So if it is America with the 2 parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, giving power to the beast, it's America giving power to the beast in order to speak. If it's animating it, if we're giving it life through AI, and America's, other than China, it's like the foremost of AI research. If we're the ones doing that, then we might be destroyed by fire from heaven. It's one of the possible interpretations. So you might actually see like fire rain down from the sky onto America in the coming years.
So is that like an allusion to like a nuclear bomb or just straight up Elijah moment?
I think it's an Elijah moment. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah.
I believe it. It's unfortunate. It'd be very sad. It's a great country.
It is
the experiment.
The experiment that led the most amount of people to heaven and also created the most prosperity and created some of the most depravity that we've ever seen.
Yep.
So and it just keeps getting worse.
It's like, oh, what happened to Rome? You just think about it, it's like just crazy. Happening in real time. And then AI takes over and nobody knows what's real and what's not real.
Mm-hmm. You don't trust anything anymore.
The signs in the heavens, the Antichrist, like the big Antichrist.
Yeah.
You got holograms and even with drones, you can freak some people out with just like how they do like the drone art with like thousands of drones.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine what you can create with that?
Yeah. Insane. So, told me boy said I got a dip. Missed my chance to say earlier when we were speaking about prophecy that nearly everything that happens has already been said. Yeah. If you're talking about like previous generations have already talked about it, yes, they have. but they didn't have everything happening simultaneously. Like, oh, there's a war happening, or oh, there's a plague happening, or oh, there's
there's this disaster, there's this, there's
some
sporadic.
moral, like immodesty or violence or prostitution, like that type of stuff.
Now we got it all. Massive scale.
Everything.
Billions
all
of people on OnlyFans.
Yes.
Massive
literally.
depravity.
Yeah. Depression, suicide at an all-time high. Purposelessness, atheism, Islam. Well, Islam's always been a problem. You have all of these things all happening simultaneously. And that is the most interesting part of it.
And Israel's a nation.
Yeah.
Destroying their
See ya.
enemies.
See ya, Mom. Yeah. That's part of a disciple of Christ. He warns the disciples they will be persecuted, but they not fear the death of the body. Because a man cannot kill the spirit. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. We have a God that protects us from destruction. Even if this body is destroyed, we're going to get a better one that won't have all the health issues that these have. Which would be awesome. I might actually have 2 eyes. That'd be cool. I've always wondered what it's like to see out of 2 eyes. So
it's pretty cool. I mean, my 2 eyes are nominally functioning. If I didn't have my contacts in right now, I could see like this far. Which makes you wonder. It's like because people
doesn't work.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have 1 eye.
Okay, that's cool. You get the wear an eye patch. That'd be pretty sick.
So I actually they had me wearing one for a while. I do have it still. I'm gonna go and stream one day with my eye patch.
But it makes me wonder, like when people read the Bible, they're like, "Oh, Jesus healed the blind like a bunch of times." And I'm like, how many blind people existed back then? But I'm almost willing to bet that it's like people like me. Like if I take my contacts out, I can see this far. Like that's probably a lot more likely that all these people are like, can't see this, can't see that.
Well, you're also way more likely to have those deformities due to health issues back then. So like women giving birth too young, too old, malnutrition during that process where babies don't develop right. And you also have various flies and other parasites and viruses that can cause blindness very early on if you're very dirty. So because we have such sanitation now compared to then, you wouldn't have nearly that many of those type of problems. So illness has always been a thing.
Getting dust in your eyes all the time because where you're at.
Yeah, I mean that's not great either.
It's not ideal.
No, and there's not really a great way to clean back then, other than just being near a river all the time. But then you wouldn't want to do that because you have to drink out of the river. So if everyone bathed in the river all the time, you get India, which is that river is one of the most disgusting bodies of water that exists. Especially during the festival where they all go into it, and it literally becomes black. Have you seen that? Have you seen pictures of the Ganges?
It's terrible. It's really
disgusting. I imagine you would go blind if you went into it and come back out, if not just die. If you're not from India, if you don't have that type of immune system. If I went into that river, I would die.
You'd die just from the aura of it. You just walk in.
Smell it. Yeah. Oh man, insane. Not disparaging India, just like don't have a billion people or not, like several 100 million people bathe into a single body of water at the same time.
I mean, we have hot tubs, and those are pretty gross with like 10 people. So,
yeah. You can also say that God like caused the blindness to happen in order for Jesus to heal them, which Jesus kind of alludes to. He says that neither he nor his parents sinned, but it was this way so that the Father may be glorified through them. It may be that he just caused additional blindnesses for that time in order for Jesus to heal them as evidence of his messianic role and who he is as God. Yeah.
Which would make sense.
Just let that hang there. I mean, people gets into the whole thing of what can God do that isn't evil? Would it be evil for him to cause a child to be blind in order to heal them later on? or did it just so happen to be that way, and he built it? Yeah. Because I don't want to disparage. I don't want to like accuse God of doing something that seems evil. But who am I?
Yeah, this goes back to his ways are not our ways, and with the Charlie Kirk thing, we don't know God. We can go back and forth all day trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, God's got it. He's got it handled in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And everything.
Hindsight. Yeah.
I'm hoping, like, when it's all done, that, like, the Bible will still be around. Like, and so when everything is fulfilled and all done, we can do like what we do with Jesus and look back at the New Testament and be like, wow, we were completely wrong on like a lot of this. Or other things where we're like completely right, and this jumps back and forth and this and that. And then after you like read the Old Testament, you can understand why like ancient, like the Jews would see it as, because you have the first return of Christ and the second, which you won't know until Christ comes the first time. So they read it all as one thing, where Jesus comes back, the first time, and Israel is restored, and all this good stuff happens, and this and that. And it's not until you realize, like, he comes back a second time, and then all that gets fulfilled.
Yeah,
and you're not going to know that. They wouldn't know that. There's like no. Like, you could probably like speculate, like, oh, maybe the Messiah comes twice, but then it would have made no sense then. It does now, but
I think I pointed that out on the Monday stream. I talked about this recently, where the Old Testament is not a complete book. It is not a book that was written to be complete. And Jews acknowledge this. Jews don't believe that Tanakh is a complete book. So they came up with the Mishnah to make it complete, but it's a man-made completion. Where the New Testament is the natural completion. The Old Testament only makes sense in the context of the New Testament, which doesn't really make sense. If God is writing a book to the Jews, and that's the only book, why does it end abruptly without a conclusion? The New Testament gives it a conclusion, and it explains a lot of the oddities you see in the Old Testament.
Yeah, it's really just cut like 400 years of nothing.
Yeah,
it just ends.
Yeah,
and that's really
it doesn't make sense.
The deuterocanonical books, the Apocrypha, come in and kind of like fill in the gaps, but
even then, a lot of them still aren't trying to do that.
Yeah, no, they're really just, hey, this is some cool stuff that happened. That's not, that's not inspired, but it'd be like reading a history book. So it kind of like shows you at least like, because you literally go from Israel is like a nation again, kind of not well, and then it turns into, all right, everything is completely changed. We got different factions that came out of nowhere. You don't know what's going on. You just get thrown into it, and they're like, all right, Jesus is here. He's doing all this cool stuff, and you're like, well, who's the Pharisees? Where'd they come from? Oh, the Sadducees. Where'd they come from? The Zealots, the Hellenists. All these new country names. You're like, what's going on? Spellings are different. And it just kind of...
Reading Maccabees is actually pretty good to understand the in-between period. Like the story of John Maccabee is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool dude. Because I believe Maccabee means the hammer. So it's John the Hammer, or the Hammers, is because they're called the Maccabees or the Maccabeans. So they're the hammer group, and they go and they smash the authorities that's holding them enslaved. And they revolt because of the pig slaughter that happened. So the Maccabees is actually a pretty cool book if you haven't read it.
Yeah.
I generally don't recommend people to read the Deuterocanonical books.
Well, so long as you know like what they are, they're not like gonna hurt you. But if you treat it as scripture, it can be.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend reading Wisdom or reading Ecclesiastes, because that's just like women slander. It's amazing. Like, it's a dude that's bitter against women, and it's very.
That's why they throw Judas in
misogynistic.
there. It kind of balances out.
Oh man. Yeah. I mean, I agree. Charlie would be alive today if it wasn't for all the people calling him a fascist.
Yeah,
and if they weren't advocating for it. So if you think about it, like, this is kind of crazy. I guess to get back to politics for a little bit. The left for a long time, ever since George Floyd died from overdosing, they have been calling for riots. Anytime something happens that they don't like, they're just calling for riots. There, to my knowledge, has not been a riot yet from a leftist shooting. Not just it's not just like this random person was killed. This is like one of the most important political commentators for the right. And not a single riot. No mass death. No violence in the streets. Not yet, at least. If this was any leader on the left, there would already be riots.
Oh yeah, I mean the country would be on fire, guaranteed.
Yeah, already.
Which is
the rhetoric from each side is so different. There's only one side that is actually actively trying to destroy America.
Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate too, because they wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for America. You know,
mm-hmm.
It's like you're using the rights that have been granted to you from God. Like, and they're like fully, like the fullest purpose that any country has had. And it's not fair because you're using that same gift against me, and that just cannot be. It's like, okay, so you literally could just move to any like other country, and you will have exactly that. So just go there. I don't know. Yeah. Like if you want to only have one side, just go somewhere else, I guess.
Go to Europe. I mean, it's worse there. London, like UK, is a perfect example of how terrible it can be without freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't learn from it.
Yeah, they ban guns. People can't defend themselves, and it's just like people are still going to get them. It's like you can regulate things as much as you want, but
if like people are worried about women's protection, women's rights, women are only truly safe from men and predators whenever they have a gun.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the long of it. Like, it is the great equalizer. It is the only thing that gives women a fair chance. Unless women walk around with like katanas, because a knife doesn't cut it. A woman with pepper spray, a woman with a knife, that is not good enough to stop the men. Especially if the men are on drugs. Like they'll get stabbed and they'll just continue doing what they're going to do to you. Guns allowed women safety for the first time in history. True safety from perpetrators. Because the only way that they can stop you is if they kill you first. And that's way better than stuff happening to you while you're alive.
Yeah. Exactly.
And taking away those rights for protection, for safety, for those who cannot defend themselves, that's idiocy. And what we see in Europe is that. Mm-hmm. Like women in London
to defend themselves. There's literally nothing. Like it'll start with violence like that, and women, being attacked.
I mean, did you see the video of the 12-year-old and the 14-year-old are walking around and being harassed by Muslim men who are trying to probably, enter them?
Yeah.
And the woman is walking around with a hatchet and a machete to try to defend herself from Muslim men in her own country.
It's truly unfortunate.
A child has to walk around with a machete and a hatchet to defend herself.
Third world country.
It's worse than that. At least a third world country, they don't put up with some of it.
Right. And now they got all those signs and stuff all over the place saying this is be mindful. People just take your phones, snatch your stuff. They spray painted the sidewalk saying step away from the streets because people just ride by and take whatever you're doing if you're sitting at a stop walk or.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I don't know. And it's just the beginning. I mean, you take away your right to defend yourself, then there's literally the government can just step in and do what they need to do. And people say, "Oh, well, your gun's not going to defend against a tank or a jet." And it's like, okay, the Middle East, those people have been defending against tanks and jets for quite a while, and all they usually have is guns and dirt. Mm-hmm. So,
granted, they wouldn't actually be able to defend against it if we were less if we were less moral. We didn't care about casualties.
Yeah,
there's nothing they could have done.
Like even absolutely. Yeah. The entire desert could be glass right now.
Yes,
if it came down to it, but
yeah.
But
the West isn't that way. Now Islam is that way.
Exactly. If they were us, if they got our stuff,
we would be slaves. We would be dead.
We would be glass.
Yeah. And we already saw like Iran. Whenever Iran shot back at Israel, Israel was very careful. They targeted specific military outposts and they destroyed them. Iran shot missiles over the entire country, hoping and then like civilian centers were primarily targeted.
Exactly. And then before Israel did like anything, they'd send out a warning saying, "Hey, get out of Gaza or get out of this or get out of that because it's about to go down." And then they would purposely, like Hamas or whoever would be over there, whatever they call themselves now, would purposely stuff a bunch of people in a building. And then the building would get hit because they kept them there. And they're like, "Oh, they had targeted civilians." It's like, yeah. It's just very evil. Terrible, very wicked stuff.
Yes. There's one side that wants life and wants truth and wants good. Then there's everyone else that wants death. That unfortunate. So like
terrible.
The atheist friend that me and Garo have in our other server. I guess there's a couple of them. But like I keep having conversations with them about evil and evil existing. And both of them said this is evil. I was like, you don't even believe evil exists.
What's your well, I don't know why I'm going blank. It's like, what's your standard to measure? How do you what's evil?
What's your morality? What's your objective standard? Yeah.
And they'll say, it's a social thing. All right. So why was it bad for them? Why did they deem it was bad? Because murder is wrong. But why is it wrong? Because it's murder. Okay, but what makes it inherently bad?
Yeah. But looking at these type of events, God can use it to wake people up to evil. Because the problem of evil, while it is one of the most important emotional problems to God, it is actually not an intellectual problem whatsoever. It's actually evidence for God's existence. Because evil should not naturally exist in the way that we observe it. There is carnage and there is suffering and there is violence and gore in the wild, but there's not sadism. At least the type that America, like, cats and ducks and dolphins are pretty evil. But I wouldn't put them in the same kind of evil that humans are.
Yeah, it's more like a survival thing,
Well, no, like dolphins and ducks both.
Oh yeah, no, they do the rapey thing, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just
and so then cats torture animals for fun before they kill them. So like they
don't see it as fun, they just do it.
No, if you've ever seen a cat play with a mouse, it is like batting it back and forth.
Yeah, they just keep
beating it too. So it's like ripping its flesh off back and forth. It's doing it for entertainment. So I mean, like certain types of intelligent predators do that type of stuff for enjoyment and entertainment, but it's still not what you get from like Turkey and their genocides, or Islam, which I repeat myself, and their genocides. Like you don't see the type, or even like the Holocaust, or what Japan did to China, like the rape of Nanking. You've never looked into that. You've never read the book. You never studied it. That is one of the worst atrocities humanity's ever done, other than what like the Turks did. Because the Turks are pretty brutal and evil as well. Like they would have a baby play with a gun until the baby like wanted it and put the gun in their mouth and then pull the trigger. Like they did some demented stuff for enjoyment. And whenever we look at this and the sheer amount of evil that humanity is capable of, I don't get how you could still be an atheist. The problem of evil, ironically, is one of the things that got me into atheism, and also got me out of atheism. Because at first I had the emotional side. It's like, oh, obviously God can't be real because there's suffering. There's this evil that exists. So how could an all-loving, all-good God manage? Like, how could this?
Because the other side of the coin as well. If it exists, then God, lets it exist.
Yeah. But on the other side, evil of that sort shouldn't exist. It's really good evidence of the devil, because the devil doesn't want you to believe he exists.
Mm-hmm.
But the type of evil we see is not very easily naturalistically explained. There has to be some spiritual aspect to it, some spiritual fight that's happening that is causing these people to be as evil as they are. Some searing of the conscience, some wickedness that is not just natural, but is unnaturally evil. And I think that evidence of evil, that evidence of demons, that evidence of the devil's existence and sin, that is something that can wake people up to reality. Wherever you see something like what happened with Charlie and him getting killed, that level of evil and wickedness towards someone who just wanted peace and love and truth to win out, that will shock people who are apathetic into focusing on evil and hopefully then focusing on God. C.S. Lewis has this quote with, he whispers in our pleasures, he speaks to us in our pain, or no, I messed it up, man. He whispers in our pleasures, he speaks in our conscience, and he shouts in our pains. Pain and suffering is the megaphone of God to a deaf world. Whenever we see this type of evil, whenever we see this type of suffering, it is really good evidence that God exists. Because naturalistically, you can't explain the type of evil we're seeing. Why would people do that?
Right.
If we're just machines, biological machines designed to pass on our genetics, how could we have come to this point to do that? How could anyone?
Exactly. So that's just it. That's like the thing you don't see in nature. Like you'll see animals, torture and kill other animals, but typically they don't do that to themselves, like to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for mates and this and that, but they very seldom, like at least in the end, bugs, they're psycho, but they'll just eat each other and whatnot. But
birds do too.
But we don't have to kill each other. Like we don't.
Yeah. At all.
Absolutely not.
We've already conquered the planet. Yeah.
And
we don't have any shortage of resources.
Right. And we do kill each other, which is bad. Mm-hmm. But there's the other things that isn't killing each other that can almost be worse, depending on.
A lot of times, I would definitely say rape is worse than murder.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because one is like done, the other one is like, or just tortures in general. Like some of the devices that we've just orchestrated over time.
Dude, like the bamboo torture.
Yeah, it's awful. Or they lay
not the one in the fingers, the one in the butt.
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
Good. Yeah, I do.
You tie someone down to a bamboo stump and then it grows into your body.
Yeah, slowly.
Yeah, over like the span of a couple days, and you're just slowly being eaten by a bamboo stalk as it's going through your digestive system.
It's just it's great. It's terrible.
That's Japan. That's what Japan invented. That like.
So you have any idea how much better we could like delegate our resources to instead of finding out to like hurt each other more?
Ways to torture each other, yeah.
It's like evolution tells us murder is wrong, but we do it. So evolution taught all the other animals that murder is wrong, but it worked for them.
Well, you can't even say that because animals do fight each other for territory, and they do fight to the death for territory, and spouses and mates, and like there is still technically murder in that sense, but there's not widespread. I guess lions still do it. So like whenever a lion enters a new territory, if he defeats the other male lion, like the alpha, he will go around and kill every child that wasn't his offspring in order to have the pride be only genetically related to him. So lions would still commit genocides on small scales as much as they can. They commit like infant genocide. but it is for the purpose of establishing their own rule in a region because there's like territory disputes. Humans do it for fun.
Yeah.
Like, how does Ted Bundy exist?
Demons.
I think that's a legitimate question. Like, how did, like, naturalistically, evolutionarily, how did Ted Bundy exist?
Yeah, because the entire point is survival.
Yeah.
And unless it's a mental gymnastic, because then you'd have to go to the next step of, all right, so you're fighting for survival of the fittest.
Mm.
We are the apex predators. I mean, like, obviously lions can mess us up and this and that, but we're still infinitely at the top. Like, things can kill us, but... And so, at that point, you're like, all right, evolution should be like, okay, that's fine. We're good now. There is no threats. Let's kill each other just because we can. It's like, okay,
yeah,
we're just going to do
like
that
territory
now.
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
why
I like children and why eating
mine.
them?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
like, why kill, torture, rape, and eat children?
For a better harvest. At least that was the olden days. Now it's for a better life. Allegedly.
Well, even just for pleasure.
Yeah.
But like, I can't imagine any excuse on how that's possible. Even like, oh, well, or his psychology got disrupted, but like, how is it that our psychology can be disrupted to the point where that type of stuff can happen? That to me doesn't seem naturalistically possible from an evolutionary standpoint. I feel like that has to be some level of spiritual influence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the metaphysics behind naturalism is kind of bad in general. Not only do we have proof that it's false from like spirit walking and like some of the CIA projects and near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences, like we have pretty good evidence that naturalism is just outright false. Like atheism is false, or at least the naturalistic atheism. Like if you're into like pantheism, where the universe itself is God, that I think could still be possible, but you know, that's a
just
kind of silly view. Or like every atom in the universe is its own, but then how do people have out-of-body experiences if they're still just part of, anyway?
Yeah, exactly. Because is every atom in your body then got its own little soul?
Yeah. Is there like this
gas cloud
pantheism is true and we're all just part of God? Then what's the spiritual realm? Is there like multiple realms of God that exist simultaneously?
And if we're just part of God, then God is definitely evil.
Yeah.
Like, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Like, am I a mitochondria? Am I fighting off?
It's the powerhouse of the cell.
I don't know. It's just it's a conundrum. It's one of those things that it's obviously false. And the thing is like, even through like, oh yeah, we evolved, the social everything just points to us not. It's wrong. I was like, well, if evolution tells us it's wrong, then we're not going to do it. That's like the entire point. As if, and they give evolution a mind of its own. And so it chose, they'll say evolution chose that this is going to do this and this is going to do that. It's like, how about we just say it was designed by evolution and then just replace evolution with God?
Yeah. And then also free will is an illusion at that point, and so is conscience. And
right.
Like if atheism is true, free will doesn't exist. Neither does conscience or a mind. It doesn't actually exist. It's an illusion.
Yeah, you can't. It's just you can't. What's real? How do you know it's real?
What testing can you do? Can you actually trust the machinations of your own mind?
Yeah.
The answer
it's just
to that
a bunch of chemical reactions. It's just how it is.
Yeah, it basically just makes nihilism true. But even with that, it's still, I don't feel like it's even remotely close to being possible, because people feel like they have free will. We can think. You know, I think, therefore I am. We have this ability to rationalize the universe around us and empathize with things outside of us and create. We can create new things. That is insane from an evolutionary standpoint.
The image of like something that creates
creator.
Things.
Yeah,
kind of weird.
Crazy. Yeah, and we're relational in a way that a lot of things aren't. Like people will die in order to save others.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty unique amongst animals. That's
unless you're in a Disney movie, then it makes sense.
In a Disney movie,
there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah,
but yeah, you have to. Impossible. You can't reconcile it. It's kind of sad.
No,
people are like, and I mean in school, I mean it's literally all you're taught. Like always.
Oh, evolution or
evolution. Fake news, everything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's been proven. Then why is it still called a theory?
Okay, let's not go down that hole. The theory of gravity exists. So I mean, does gravity not exist?
Not real. Yeah, no, it's not real.
Okay, that's
flat Earth, dude. We just exist.
That's not what theory means in science. But anyway. Yeah, no, it's not a good theory. That's my like microevolution is absolutely true.
We can prove that.
Yeah, I mean, I've done genetic. Like, I was part of a genetics project, working on protein receptor binding sites. So, like, I'm an AI researcher, so I did some AI research on proteins and how we can do like conformational change and predict the occurrence and the receptor binding spots between ligands and receptors, which is pretty neat. So we can do that for like drug discovery and a lot of other neat things, because proteins can technically conform. So like the way proteins do what they do, because they're little robots, they're kind of like this soup that just floats around and spins, and it's in this very fluid state. And then whenever it decides to become a robot in the way it needs to function, like, and then whatever shape it is the function it'll have. So it'll go from this random soup of an amino acid chain into a 2 or a 3-dimensional structure, like instantaneously. It just goes directly, and it's like billions
existed out of nothing.
Yeah, there's just billions of possibilities, and then it all of a sudden just magically does the right one, not being informed how to do it. It just does it.
Yeah, it just does.
We don't know how it does it. It just does it, and it works.
Little squiggly
and that's
things.
the reason you're alive. Yeah.
Millions of processes every second, just to not die.
Yeah. And that's sort of pure
happenstance.
Yeah, I mean, the more we study microbiology, the less likely it seems to be from chance. Like, there's this little protein in your body that has feet that walks and carries macronutrients around your body at Mach 7.
It's a lot of horsepower.
It's a lot of horsepower. No, it's teeny tiny, but if it was the
eating a Big Mac due to that?
If it was the size of a person, it would be running faster than the speed of sound within your body. So you'd be breaking the sound barrier, and every step it takes is like a quarter of a mile or something like that, relatively to its own body size. So if it's like our height, that's how far it'd be traveling. And this thing runs while carrying like iron oxide molecules and sugar molecules and other things that like keep your body literally functioning. So whenever your cells need things, these little things not only are running at that speed, but they're running on a filament that is forming in a straight line in the direction they need to go. So they're building the road that they're walking on as they're walking, faster than the speed of sound, carrying something that's like 20 times their body size. And then if it's too heavy for one of them, two of them will join up and carry it together, running at that speed to the exact location they need to go in the body. They deposit it, and then they go grab something else to bring somewhere else. So there's this
for free.
FedEx.
They do it for free.
For free. There's this Amazon delivery system inside of your body that is delivering all these packages. And there is this really cool Amazon delivery package. Yeah, we were talking about the problem review earlier, and like all that stuff that happened with Charlie. But like, just thinking about like what's happening in your body on the micro scale is so insane. There's like this expansive complex of piping and electrical grids and everything else that's happening inside of your body, and there's these little organisms, little robots that are making it all function. So you have this giant like New Yorkian city in a cell that micro robots are operating and keeping functional.
Yeah, and just you have one cell.
And you have like billions of those. So imagine like all the cities on Earth multiplied by 100,000, with all the population on Earth multiplied by 100,000, all working cohesively without a mind to make us exist.
To give us a mind.
To give us a mind somehow.
Which is
how all of that. So like studying microbiology is actually what got me back into God. That and me trying to kill myself and it not working. So we got those things combined, and me having the experience with God, having the intellectual problem with evolution. It's insane. No, you guys go for it. What is your theodicy? Just wrapping up the thing on microbiology, like, man, it's
yep, pure chance. Give it more time, it'll happen on its own.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So you ever think about, I'm sure you have, so if we were created by pure happenstance over millions of years, then we should be able to take those same elements and force them together and make life. And say we did do that. Would that not prove? They're like, oh, we created life. This is proof that that life can just come from nothing, even though I, as a man, made it happen because I forced those things together to make life. But it didn't involve a creator. It just was chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I thought you were talking about, because this is the exact video that I pictured in my head.
This those tubes it was creating, though, that it's walking on, is incredibly interesting because they're creating it in real time. Like the tubes are being formed in front of them, and see if I can bring up the full speed one.
What is it? A negative 2-second video because it's already happened. The speed of light.
No, someone
traveled through time.
No, so this is moving through ATP motor. So like the little energy, like what your cells use for energy, what mitochondria helps produce, what ribosomes make. It's using these little ribosome energy packets for ATP, and it is exciting the tissue because it connects and then has to deconnect and then reconnect. And there's motors in the hinge here that goes left and right to make it move. But mind you, this is in slow motion in order for us to actually see what's happening. Yeah, when in reality, like this is happening insanely fast. It is crazy. So I'm going to try to find
a big molecule that little guy's moving too.
It is several times the body size.
A whole little ant network in there.
Yeah. Here's
that's happening in ants too at the same time.
Let me share my screen again. So this is actually in real time what they look like, because these are the little tubes that they're generating. So you can see how fast that thing's moving. Now, if you remember, this is like according to the scale of their body. So this is like them traveling across America, like the tubes moving and all that stuff. It's crazy speed relative to their body size. And I was trying to find like the speed of how RNA transmission is done. Because this is just incredible to watch. And the speed it runs at. Yeah. So I had to use the software to model this stuff whenever I was doing it originally. So you have all these proteins coming together. So originally, like, hey, you have a strand of RNA that needs to be transcribed. This is like DNA that got unspooled, because DNA is usually spooled up in a chromosome, but the chromosome can become detethered and then denatured, and then it just becomes this soup. And then inside of that soup, a lot of magic happens. And this is one of the things that can happen is the DNA can be transcribed into tRNA and then into mRNA to then travel to then be reconverted back into DNA. So this is part of the process where you find two strands and you unfold them, and then somehow the body knows to gather proteins onto it in order to create a protein. I believe it's not a synthesizer, but it's a transcriber is essentially what it is. And then all of the proteins just form by itself, latch on, and then grabs the initial base pair, and then it just starts encoding and pumping out a copy of itself, which is pretty incredible to look at. But the most incredible thing is the speed at which this thing travels. So you have your runner that's copying it and spitting out the new information as it's going. But this thing is going so fast that it's hard to fathom, and you can see it respooling in real time. It's a little hard to actually see, and this is probably still a little bit slowed down, but it's like millions of base pairs per second that it can process and recreate the new data.
Yeah,
and not only is it recreating the new data, it's also
that.
it's error catching the data. So any error that is being transcribed in real time, it's fixing it. And it does it through the entire chain. And your DNA is long enough that I believe it can stretch around the planet. So it's doing that level of speed multiple times every time a cell divides.
Yeah, which is what? Thousands upon thousands of times per second?
Yes. Well, not per second. It's like a couple hundred to 1,000 times per second. You have a lot of cells, but your cells don't die that often.
Right. It's like every 7 years or whatever is when it's like all of them.
Oh, if you want to, it disproves Islam.
The proof?
Sure, I can invite you. Are you on the Islamic Dilemma server by chance? If so, that would be easier to send you the invite there. I guess I could invite to here. Is there any way for me to DM you, or should I just post it in chat? If you want to hop on. You're not in the ID server. You'd love to join. Okay. Actually, I could do that. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Okay, I'll just post this. We're not gonna open. So we're eventually gonna open up the ID server to everyone after we're done rating it. That's the link to join the stream. I'll just create a new room for future streams, but you can hop on. Now, if you start doing something out of pocket, I'm gonna kick you, just so you're aware. But not, come on. Ugh. Nope. You need a microphone. There we go.
Hey, what's
Hello.
up? Hey.
What's going on?
Yeah, so I actually came across your channel, and it's because of another YouTube channel. I forgot what the name was, but you said like how there was a
Speaker's Corner?
I think it may have been, yeah. Yeah, it was,
okay.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. And you said you let down a comment on one of his videos saying how there was like a crap load of Muslims in your comment section. Oh, yeah. And I was like, really? There is? Because that's rare. Well, it turns out, you know, you got it rare, and there is a lot of Muslims in your comment sections. You know, of course, they don't know what they're doing. They have this attitude. They'll go after the new ones. That's what they always do. So yeah, that's what's so you're
part of the script
to see that. Yeah. But I have this theodicy that is something that, like, here's the thing, where I come, actually, like, okay, do you know who Inspiring Philosophy is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Inspiring Philosophy, about 10 years ago, he was friends with this guy who is who is like really behind the curtains. It's kind of esoteric knowledge, but he's the reason why IP is IP today. His name is Johannes Rotz. And Johannes Rotz has his own protege, you can say, and his name is Kyle Allender, who also partnered with IP a little bit. They had a live stream about a year ago on the problem of evil, and Kyle Allender has written a blog post in 2019 for IP defending free will. He doesn't show up often, but he does show up because he's close friends with Johannes, who's close friends with IP. And now I'm close friends with Johannes. He and I have been talking back and forth for a year now. Basically, I'm like Kyle's own protege. And Kyle has been doing problem of evil stuff for 7 years. This like he is the GOAT. He's amazing. And I learned like all the PoE stuff from him, and I fleshed it out even more. Or not even more. I don't want to take too much credit, but I did sprinkle my own dust onto it. Here's what I discovered. Islam, like unlike Christian apologetics, Muslims actually cannot fathomably have a properly working theodicy on the Islamic framework. But on the Christian paradigm, you can actually afford having a theodicy. Now, if you do not have a theodicy, your credence of theism is going to be very, very low because you don't have an axiological framework for God. I'm going to explain what that means. You can't make predictions, and therefore you have a theory that cannot make predictions and is just overall very viceful. It just doesn't work. Imagine having a scientific hypothesis that makes 0 predictions. How the heck are you supposed to confirm it? It's very difficult. So this theodicy is known around on like some small circles, known as the defeat theodicy. Have you ever heard of it?
Defeat theodicy?
Yeah, it's called the defeat theodicy. Yeah, so the defeat theodicy, this is a theodicy that crushes Islam. And actually it crushes like literally every other religion except Christianity. It's like really weird. You can entail the incarnation from it. I know how harebrained that sounds. You're like, wait, you can entail the incarnation from theism alone? Turns out you can. Basically,
yeah, Paul does it.
So basically, the defeat theodicy, there's 2 types. There's a Western and the Eastern type. I might go with the Western type because it's just, the Eastern type, you have to have like non-dual metaphysics. You have to believe like everybody's all one together in this one singular consciousness. I'm quite sure you guys aren't non-dualists, but I'm going to stick with the Western one. The Western version, here's the thing. It starts off like this. Okay, the problem of evil is the problem of evil because there is something about the content of evil that makes evil appear as an anomaly for theism. So here's the thing. So like we should start off like facts. Why is the problem of evil a problem to begin with? It's because there's something about the content of evil that makes it a problem. Okay, what is that content? Theologians would say it is because the nature of evil is gratuitous. It is useless. It is unnecessary. It doesn't do anything. And they'll put out some trivial event that happens in nature, something like that. Here's the thing. If you come across an atheist who asks you like, oh, how can you allow, and then they'll like how can God allow some very specific evil they then list out? Your job is not to respond to that. What I'm saying is your job as a theodicist is to prove that evil is not gratuitous, that gratuitous evils don't exist. So going like down the list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the specific good that could come from each and every single evil in existence? No, you do not need to do that. You just need to prove that it's not gratuitous. Because if you prove it's not gratuitous, then the evil is no longer anomalous. You see what's going on? Right. Yeah. So, okay, how do we make evil not gratuitous? That's the challenge. Well, it starts off with our axiology for God. Theism makes predictions because of its axiology or axiological framework, which is just a really extended, fancy version of saying axiology. Axiological framework means, hey, what is the values that God possesses? See, God, being maximally good, will pursue the good and maximize the good in the most efficient manner possible. So whatever God deems as the greatest conceivable goods, which is within his axiology. So his axiology is the value set of greatest conceivable goods that God thinks. Therefore, God being God will in fact actualize those values. Long story short, if God thinks X is good, then at the probability of 1, God will instantiate X at some point in time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is how we're going to get rid of the problem of evil. Basically, you have a specific axiology known as the defeat axiology. Now, there is another kind of axiology that a lot of people assume is the default axiology. This hidden assumption is the fallacy that many theodicists and atheologians have. This axiology is known as the necessity condition. The necessity condition axiology, or just simply the necessity axiology, or the utilitarian axiology, it states that God ought to do actions which maximize positive mental state of affairs. So basically, like, the best conceivable world God can make would not be valuable agents. Rather, the best conceivable world for God to make should be agents, which is creatures, basically conscious creatures such as humans and animals. And like, the thing is, like, we include animals in this theodicy. The free will theodicy, it struggles really hard with animals. Sure, you can use the Genesis fall account, but the atheist would just say, okay, I'm not going to grant that. I don't believe in the Bible. So you run into that barrier. But this, like, it even solves animal suffering. It solves all variants of the problem of evil.
Yeah.
This axiology is a utilitarian axiology. It says the best kind of action for God to do is to create a world that contains no bad states of affairs. And a bad state of affair will be a negative psyche event. A negative psyche event will be any negative experience, whether it be suffering or even stubbing your toe. So basically, if you have theism, which is our hypothesis, conditionalized on this utilitarian axiology, we make a prediction. The prediction is the world ought not to have any evils whatsoever. And that's where the problem of evil comes from. It's because people assume this axiology. But here's the catch. The theist is not required to assume that the necessity condition axiology is true to begin with. See, in philosophy of science, which is all about methodology, how do we test hypotheses and theories and stuff? We have the freedom. The scientist has the freedom to change their auxiliary assumptions for their theories. An auxiliary assumption is basically our axiology here. So we have a hypothesis, and it's conditionalized on an auxiliary assumption. So, like, an example would be like the heliocentrism, okay? If we have heliocentrism and we're testing it with no auxiliary assumptions, we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to be like, hey, we can't make a prediction at all. You know, we don't have any predictions, and we cannot find those predictions and make evidence. But with an auxiliary assumption being, hey, if heliocentrism is true, or excuse me, with an auxiliary assumption like the certain constellations, it's working with heliocentrism, that condition attached to that hypothesis gives it credence. Does that make sense, or was that like a little bit too complex?
No, that makes sense.
Okay, cool. Same here with theism. Basically, theism, if it wants to make predictions, it needs to have an axiology. And what I'm saying is, many people are assuming a specific kind of axiology without even knowing it, known as the utilitarian or the necessity condition axiology. Those two are synonymous, which makes the prediction, hey, we should have a world with non-evils, basically.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, we're not condemned to be within this axiology. This is not the only available axiology. Like, okay, if a theory with a certain axiology fails, guess what? We can also test this theory again with a different axiology and see which one works best. Theism on this axiology has a low credence. Well, let's test theism on a different axiology. Maybe it has a better one. And if it has a better one, we're going to rock with that one. We're going to rock with the theory with the highest credence. That's what we do in science. It's simple. This axiology is a defeat axiology. Finally, I get to talk about it. The defeat axiology says the best state of affairs, like the best kind of action for God to do, is to defeat all evils. Now you're going to be like, wait a minute, what does defeat all evils mean? But defeat all evils is it is a definition which has 3 parts, and these 3 parts must all be satisfied in order for an evil to be classified as defeated. Number 1, the conscious agent, it must have all of its negative psyche experiences end at some point in time, either on heaven or on earth. So either on earth or in the afterlife, it must have all negative psyche experiences end at some point in time. If it doesn't, then it's infinite. And if it's infinite, it's going to be gratuitous because they're going to be living an infinitely negative psyche state kind of life, which is obviously a lesser state of affairs than an agent who is living a much more flourishing life than that. Number 2 is the agent at some point in time, either on heaven or on earth, will find value from the suffering which they have endured at some point in time, either on heaven or on earth, or excuse me, either on the afterlife, in the afterlife, or on earth. Those are the 2 conditions, basically. Now, some people would add a third one, but I think the third one is actually a part of the first one, and the third one says, at some point in time, all creatures must also be paid back. They must be given a, I think the word is recompense. Is that correct? Yeah, I think. Right. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, they must be basically paid back for their lives, and they're like, they're given back. They're given goodness for the lives which they have endured. But that can be fit within number 1 because that also entails, all bad states of affairs ending. So basically, criteria 1, all bad states of affairs ending for the conscious agent, and number 2, the conscious agent will be finding some value from the event which they have endured at the probability of 1. Now, in philosophy,
I'm assuming you affirm annihilationism then?
I do not affirm annihilationism, and this is the part which disproves Islam. Now, I know this is a much more, I'm a universalist is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I am a universalist, and it's not because I'm intentionally trying to be a heretic. I'm no liberal. Trust me, I'm no liberal. I'm not here cheering for Charlie Kirk a lot of these leftists. Do I support LGBTQ? No. And honestly, I feel really bad. I'm like, wait, I'm a universalist? How come all these other universalists, I don't own them? You know what I'm saying? I'm different. They believe in universalism because they're wishful thinkers. I believe in universalism because I know my philosophy of religion. That's why.
Okay.
Because I don't know a way out of the problem of evil without universalism. In fact, you can just entail universalism from the defeat theodicy itself. And that's actually what I was trying to get at, how this disproves Islam.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it basically, I'm just going to give you spoilers. It disproves Islam because this is the only available theodicy. And this theodicy entails universalism because of criteria 1 within the defeat condition, also known as the defeat definition. So the defeat condition consists of 2 criteria. It's a condition for, it lays out the conditions for what is defeat. And criteria 1 says all negative psyche states have to end at some point in time. This would include separation from God. This would include eternal suffering. This would include any lesser state of affairs, including annihilationism, because it is a much more flourishing life for an agent to live eternally in the presence of God than for an agent to cease out of existence eternally. So criteria 1 immediately rules out any other model except, universalism. And these are only 2
I would still
axioms.
argue for annihilationism in that, because you could still say the conscience did end. So any form of negative that they were experiencing is technically over. So that still would satisfy that. Just as a balance point to that. Just something to consider.
Gotcha.
I'm not an annihilationist myself either, but I do think whenever you were explaining it, I was like, oh, so he's going to be annihilationist. I wasn't even thinking universalist. That I was like, oh, yeah, of course, annihilationism. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Kyle Allender and Johanna Rotz were all universalists. Johanna Rotz, when he first met IP, he was a universalist, and IP was like, okay, cool. In fact, that's why IP is a little bit curious about universalism. He says he hopes it's true, but he never really does.
I say the same thing.
Yeah, I don't hope. I think it's pretty certain it is true, because we cannot use the utilitarian axiology, because that axiology just doesn't work. It makes the probability of theism go to 0 or near 0 if you're a Bayesian, which is what I am. But with the defeat axiology, which is the only other available axiology, it's universalism. So it's like it's universalism or nothing, because it's either utilitarian axiology or defeat axiology. But I actually understand why you think annihilationism is true. And we can go into that later, but I just want to finish up the defeat theodicy part.
Okay, go
Basically, if it is the best kind of action for God to defeat all evils, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And God being God will do the best kinds of actions at the probability of 1. This is a tautology. This means it's true by necessity.
Yeah.
It is because God is God. He can only do the best kinds of actions. So basically, if it's the best kind of action for God to defeat all evils, and God can only do best kind of action, then there you go. God will defeat all evils, not at a probability that's high, but at a probability of certainty. This means all evils will be defeated if this is the axiology. Now, will all evils be defeated? Yeah. But how does this satisfy the problem of evil? Well, this is because, let me ask you a question. If an agent, which is, a human or an animal, if a conscious creature experiences some bad states of affairs, but at some point in time finds a value so great that it outweighs it, will you say that it was righteous for God to allow such bad states of affairs to occur?
I don't know if I would specifically say righteous or not righteous. It just is, because God gives us free will.
Well, I'm asking, like, if there is a bad state of affairs and a conscious agent finds value from that bad state of affairs, okay, that is, and it's inextricably linked to it, then would God be justified in allowing that bad state of affairs?
Yes.
See?
I would probably also go so far as to say that he could just be as justified in allowing suffering.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of free will.
Well, the free will theodicy, if you don't know this, it's not really a lot of people do use it. In fact, I'm curious, where did you hear the free will theodicy from?
Norman Geisler.
Oh, okay. Do you know who Alvin Plantinga is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alvin Plantinga.
Craig goes through him as well. So, I mean, I've heard it from Craig and I've heard it from Geisler for those different type of views.
Plantinga is unique because I agree with Plantinga on this part. Plantinga doesn't say free will theodicy. Plantinga says free will defense. And a defense is not a theodicy. A defense is like a part of a theodicy. So Plantinga here is saying, okay, the free will quote unquote theodicy doesn't operate as a fully functioning theodicy, but operates as a component for a much greater theodicy. So can you hinge all of theism, can you solve the problem of evil with just free will? I think no, because I think there are many states of affairs which free will just does not apply. Like, for instance, hurricanes, the whole trivial list. Natural suffering. Or some philosophers will even say this. They don't even go down that route. Uniquely enough, they would actually say, perhaps we are overvaluing free will here. Perhaps that may also be the case. If it were, let's say a terrible, terrible state of affairs were to occur, like intense suffering for a gazillion years, and it all hinged on the free will of a single agent, would God be justified in allowing that state of affairs? It's very skeptical. We don't know, this does not seem right that God would allow such a state of affairs. So to avoid this sort of stuff, people go out of that free will route and they'll just go to this axiology stuff. That's where the real problem of evil discussion lies. I'm going to be honest with you. The kind of William Lane Craig, Alvin Plantinga approach to the problem of evil, it's kind of I'm sorry. I was there as well. A few years ago I was, but I think the axiology route is going to solve a lot more problems, a lot more variants of the problem of evil, including divine hiddenness. Did you know divine hiddenness is actually a form of problem of evil?
I mean, if you're saying that people suffer in their unbelief because they've never actually seen Yahweh, then yeah.
Yeah, because divine hiddenness is a bad state of affairs. It can be classified as a problem of evil. In the defeat theodicy, it solves every variant. It solves divine hiddenness. It solves moral evils, which is human versus human, It solves natural suffering. It solves every type. It solves evolutionary horrors. It solves all horrors that the atheologian can possibly throw at you. Any combination. That's what makes it so powerful. And on top of that, it disproves Islam. Or at least I think it does. But hey, even if annihilationism is true, guess what? Even that is incompatible with Islam. I can even grant you that. How about that? You can take an annihilationist approach and exactly, boom, Islam is destroyed. You cannot get rid of it. Oh, and furthermore, there is no eschaton for animals in Islam. But in Christianity, I think there is. Don't you think?
So Islam does say that the magic camel and the magic dog will be in paradise. But it doesn't say anything about any other animal. There are imams that believe that some animal, like all animals, will be saved. There's other imams that think that all animals will be Thanos snapped and they'll be dusted. They'll be judged by Allah and actually like dusted, along with all the unbelievers.
Wait.
There's like annihilationism for animals in Islam.
Wait, did you just say animals? wait. Did I hear that right? Animals judged by Allah? What? What? Okay, I don't hang around.
That is standard Islam. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's in the Hadith. That's in
ridiculous.
Yeah, so Muhammad has said in the Hadith that Allah will revive all the animals so they can get their recompense, so they can be judged, and they can either be rewarded or punished for their sins. When we get in like Surah 27, the hoopoe, which is a type of bird that lives in Africa, that bird is a Muslim and it takes its shahada in the Quran. So we have a bird speaking that is a Muslim, and we have other animals that aren't Muslims in the Quran. And then in the Hadith.
Oh my God.
Also get a rock that may be a servant of Allah in the Hadith.
What? Man, that is, I don't come from the Muslim, like I don't debate Muslims a lot. I used to a few years ago. So like, I don't know everything about Islam. I tried it out and this is like a myth I hear a lot. It's that these Muslims, they have uncannily not very intelligent responses. And I asked some people around, like, what is up with this reoccurring theme? One guy told me it's because of generational inbreeding. Is that real?
People I've been looking into this lately. People in Qatar have a genetic relatedness scale anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3, depending on the region in which you are living. Cousins have a 0.0625, and siblings have 0.24 or 0.25. So there are in some rural regions of Qatar and Northern Arabia and in Africa, you have regions of people that are more genetically related than cousins and almost as genetically related as siblings for the entire population pool. So the urban areas is slightly less than cousins, and then the rural areas is almost as much as siblings, because they practice first cousin marriage as a rule, not as an exception. And because of that, you get, you have 1,400 years of generations of Muslims that have been practicing this. So they were almost as genetically related as siblings in those closed off rural communities, and about as much as cousin globally. So you're talking about like a couple million people that are all almost genetically related as cousins.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Whoa. So like that wasn't just me. So basically these Muslims, wow.
Yeah, there's actually 2 regions in the world that have this trait of extreme genetic relatedness, and it is the Middle East and Northern Africa, so the MENA region, and Southeast Asia. So like Malaysia and Indonesia. So like the regions that have the most Islam is also the regions that have the most inbreeding. That might be causal, it might be correlative. Either way, that is a fact. And then all the other nations that, not even like Christian nations, just other nations in general, don't have that attribute.
Man, so basically, like the reason why this whole theory of why Muslims, they just cannot interact with people well is
because they can't think.
Because wow, that's sad.
So it's very sad. I hope it's not true, but their IQ is like 20 points lower than the world average. So like some of the regions, their average IQ is in like the 60s and 70s. Well, 70 is like being classified as mentally retarded. So their average in some of these heavily Islamic inbred countries is literally lower than mental retardation by just like measuring it on a standard. I'm not like being insulting. That's just a fact. So a lot of that comes from malnutrition. Some of it might come from genetics. Yeah.
Wow, you spent a lot of time in that field. I can tell. Wow,
yeah,
man.
I've had a lot of debates on the topic. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's all good. I gotta go to bed anyway. It's like midnight.
All right.
I do actually want to keep talking about this, so if you want to stick around for a second, I'm gonna hop out the bathroom and come back.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, and I will, do the thing next time.
Yeah. Hopefully, I didn't say anything out of pocket.
Yeah, I didn't say anything at all. I was muted. But
I've always joked about getting like a P cam.
What's a P cam?
That sounds bad. Like an animation that plays like I can just play like be right back peeing because I do 8-hour Bible studies with my editor and a lot of like I'm teaching for so long on the weekends because I do like a 6-hour Bible study every Saturday.
Wow.
With a closed group of people. So we just I just exegete the Bible for 6 hours. And we just go through different topics. So part of the reason why I know so much of this random stuff is because we've done that for several years now. So we've gone through a lot of the Bible and Islam and all this stuff. So during that process, because I drink like 3 gallons of water a day, I have to pee like 8 times. So they always make jokes about how I have to pee so often. So
I see.
That's the first time I've had to pee on live stream, but I do want to keep talking to you because usually I just end it at 3 hours when I'm like, I really need to pee. So I'm curious more about your theodicy before we call it for today.
Just one thing before I begin. That what your story, like studying 6 hours every Saturday, that reminds me so much about how in my past when I was a very radical Catholic, very traditional radical Catholic, I would be studying the magisterium for 8 hours a day. And I was a universalist.
You have to for that.
Yeah, like
you have to for that, man. There's so much writing.
I know. Yeah, like
I read the CCC.
Oh, see, so what's interesting about CCC is here's the thing. There isn't one unanimous view. There isn't. You know about this. There's not one unanimous view on the interpretation of the magisterium, on what consists of the magisterium. People think CCC is infallible because Pope John Paul II affirmed it. But then some other people think that CCC, like me back then, thought it wasn't infallible. Some people think there's 2 ex-cathedra. Some people there's 30. That's how many ex-cathedrals I thought were back then. That's how many. Can you guess?
Yeah. Oh, so there is like 113 infallible doctrines you have to believe. So I imagine yours is probably 60.
Oh no. How about you try 1,000?
Why?
I'm not kidding.
Was all the CCC?
I was very honest. In fact, I was going to write a couple 100-page book on this subject, on the methodology of the magisterium, and I even invented my own methodology, which is basically Bayesian epistemology combined with specifically for the magisterium, and I called it monism interpretation because you only take the text. But then I read Vatican I, and I was reading through some of the commentary on De Filius, and I was like, wait a minute. It condemns monism, and if you condemn monism, you can't have the magisterium be converted.
Yeah.
Also because of other metaphysical reasons. I'm a non-dualist. Are you familiar with what non-dualism is?
Only vaguely. I haven't gone deep into it yet.
Well, do you know what monistic idealism is, or idealism? You know that position in philosophy?
I couldn't define it now.
All of reality is mental in type. Fun fact: IP is an idealist. Okay. Yeah, and he's actually an idealist because of Yohanan, and so is Kyle, and so is me. We're all idealists. We're the idealist gang, and in fact, that's the Eastern view of the defeat theodicy. Eastern view of the defeat theodicy says, because we're all one with God, we are ontologically God, and because God can possess no gratuitous evils, therefore no agent possesses any gratuitous lives, and therefore there's no problem evil. That's the Eastern theodicy. I just explained it to you in 5 seconds, but you're not a non-dualist, so I don't know if that's going to work. Yeah.
I mean, I've gone like, so I've studied Hinduism, trying to defeat it, and they just allow, like, they don't have any form of contradictions don't exist within it, so you can have both be true. Like, they're a very weird type of, like, not just necessarily pantheist, but like syncretist, where they like all paths lead to God. We are all part of God. Brahman is everything. We are all Brahman, and Brahman is one.
Yeah, that's non-dualism basically. Syncretism is, you can say, I am kind of a syncretist. In fact, Kyle Allender, he was the one who got me into Catholicism and was the one who also got me out of it. He got me out of it because he actually pointed out, wait a minute, hold on, Joseph. There's actually something about the nature, like there's something about the axiology of God that entails that propositional divine revelation is not possible. That's a whole other subject. I don't want to talk about that. But Western theodicy, I like to just finish off real quick here. If God is God, then God will do the best kinds of actions at a probability of 1. It's 100%. He's gonna do it. It's gonna happen. You cannot stop it. You might as well try to stop the rain. Number 2, the greatest action God can do, or one of the greatest actions God can do, this is a part of his axiology, is defeating all evils. If God does only the best kinds of actions and will actualize them at the probability of 1, and the best kind of action for God to do is to defeat all evils, and there you go. God will defeat all evils at the probability of 1. What does it mean? So at the probability of 1, God will defeat all evils. But to defeat all evils, this means all conscious agents will not know eternal negative psyche states, and all conscious creatures will find value from the states of affairs that they endured, basically. All states of affairs, not just evil. In fact, creatures will find value from every millisecond of their entire life. Even as something as neutral as sitting in your bedroom being bored, you will find value from it one day. It's entailed at the probability of 1 that would happen. Some people say, wait a minute, what if the initial probability is 0? Well, the problem with this is in Bayesian epistemology, there is a certain dogma known as radical probabilism. Radical probabilism states you cannot have theories that are at a probability of 0% or 100%. Now, you may go like, wait a minute, then why did you say 100% earlier? Well, I said 100% earlier because I didn't want to say 99.9999999 infinity percent. That's called approaching 100%. But, you know, I should have just said that. But basically, like, if it's approaching 100%, it's
the value as approaches infinity is 1.
Yeah, it's basically 1. So, but if it's 0, you cannot update it. However, 0 is not a conceivable probability. Furthermore, an atheologian cannot look into the future of all conscious agents and determine the probability of 1 that it is for certain that they will never find value from the evils or lives which they have endured. They cannot make that sure. Like, make it certain for me. Make an argument that at the probability of 1, they will not find values from their lives that they've lived on earth. You can't do it because you're not a clairvoyant. You can't look into the future. A theologian has 0 access. And we're not going to do magic and cross our fingers, hope and pray. Oh, you know, it's probably 100%. Yeah, okay, man. You can go back into the magic hat where you do all your weird thinking. We're in philosophy. This is big boys table, not normies, okay? We stick with axiology. So we can know at the probability of 1, given the defeat axiology conditionalized on theism, that God will indeed defeat all evils. And if God defeats all evils, then there are no gratuitous evils. If there's no gratuitous evils, that means there's no more what?
Suffering, evil.
There's no more problem of evil.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, there's no more problem of evil. So there you go. There you have it. Problem of evil defeated. Took me about a month to understand all of that Kyle taught me. That was like a summarized version.
I think it tracked. Okay.
That's it. That's all I gotta share. What about that Discord server? Can I join that? It's called the Islamic Dilemma server.
Yeah. So right now it's part of David Wood's project on it. I don't know if you know David Wood or not.
Man, I've known David Wood ever since 2021. In fact, I got into apologetics because of him. Yeah, of course I know David Wood.
Yeah. So on the Act 17 server that he has, we created the server from that.
You said we? You helped him out?
Yeah.
You helped him out. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool. You just did some lore drop right there.
I've been managing. That's how actually I got into streaming with Chris from Speaker's Corner. I was from the server. So yeah, I've been managing the Islamic Dilemma server and the project for a while. Because David started it and immediately dropped responsibility. So I kind of took up some of the responsibility and have been scheduling it and leading some of the groups and some of the studies. So like I'm currently chugging along through my Quran.
I see.
Going through it and making notes and highlights and going through the whole thing. All the colors have a purpose, and some of the purposes are quite evil. See a super colorful page. There's a super colorful page. So all the colors have a purpose. And
man, you got
going through it.
You got that Sheikh Uthman Bible, except it's the Quran version. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's not quite the Muslim cowboy where he has like the 30-pound Bible that he can't read.
30-pound Bible he can't read like his prophet.
Yeah, no, like oh man, he was pretending to flip through it to Genesis, and he flipped to like mid Psalms. I'm like, what? Are you doing?
Oh my god, it's all fake. Without lies, Islam dies.
40 or 50 pages to get to Genesis. I'm like, what are you doing, my guy? It's not Genesis anymore. You're way out of it.
Oh man.
Especially because he was supposed to go to just Genesis 22. So he was supposed to be going to Genesis 22, and he flipped so many pages, and then pretending like he was reading, just pointing to somewhere on the page.
Wow.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, is this server like Patreon only, or can I join for free?
I think you can join. I think that would be fine. I just wouldn't want to post it online, so I'm not going to post it in the chat.
All right, I got you.
If you can email me, I can respond to you with it. Yeah. So I have so many questions about the problem of evil from that framework. Other than the annihilationism question, have you ever considered, because you did bring up that there's more than just two, there's at least three frameworks, axiological frameworks for, like, you have the free will, you have the defeat, and then you also have the universalist, or whatever the other one was.
The three. So it's actually only two axiologies. What's interesting is the free will part tries to work on the utilitarian axiology. That's the interesting part. I did not tell you that. Free will theodicists operate on a utilitarian axiology, but the two types are utilitarian and defeat. If you have Discord, we can maybe talk about this back and forth. Like I'm only telling you off the top of my head in a rush. Like that's a document. Yeah. But I think I'll allow else has a book on this.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, like, there is this view from like the Norman Geisler camp where suffering happens because God wants to make us mature. And the only way you can be mature, actually I have this thing on my wall that my wife made that says a skilled sailor never was made on a smooth sea. So like, in order to become skilled at something, you have to face hardship, you have to endure, you have to persevere. So perseverance produces the kind of character that you need in order to be a well-adjusted, good human being. So our sufferings build us up and give us the character that is praiseworthy and desirable for our lives. So if persecution and perseverance is required, like for the character to be built up, or at least some level of it, because so like also the question is, how does this all square with the Bible? Because I think the Bible trumps philosophy in many ways. That's kind of my point of view. Is any of the stuff that you're believing actually at odds with Scripture? Can you actually defend it with Scripture? So I guess those are the different views. Like, is it possible that free will theology is still valid, and part of the suffering is just that we are doing it in order to acquire the type of character that we need, and that it's all being used for the good of people, and that the way, because this also gets into the question of the problem of sin and free will. First off, I guess I should ask, do you believe we actually have free will?
I do, yeah.
Okay. How are we not going to sin in the new life? If we sinned in this life, how are we not going to sin in the future?
I do have an answer, but you might not like it because I'm operating, because remember, that theodicy, like everything I told you so far, I was actually trying to work on your metaphysics so you understand it.
Okay.
I'm a non-dualist. So this is going to sound like complete heresy to you. I know. But
so like we become part of God and we lose the ability to sin?
Oh, no, we're not a part of God. We already are that consciousness.
Okay.
So
it's
imagine
not
for
like
me
theosis. It's more so like
this is radical theosis.
The Brahmin view.
Right,
radical.
Exactly.
So we are it's more like pantheism.
Right. You can, in fact, you can view it as pantheism. In fact, pantheism, panentheism, they're really the same thing, just from two different angles. Seriously, there's no difference between them. But I want to clarify this. You are not going to be annihilated out of existence. You're not going to be alone. People think, wait a minute, if Brahman is all there is, and I'm going to become Brahman one day, and I already am Brahman, then like this is solipsism. This is just me, right? I can do whatever I want, and I'm all alone. It's just it. Eternal loneliness? Wrong. No. See, there's only one mind, which is Brahman, or, I don't like calling it Brahman. I like calling it God. I'm from the West. And God, the mind of God is just pure, raw consciousness, the pure, raw mental substance alone. No thoughts, no identity, none of that. Now, what happens is God, qua God, the God we know, all loving, all merciful, all powerful, all knowing, all seeing, etc. That is the identity of God. So there is the mind of God, which possesses the identity of God. And the identity of God is who we allude to as, God. And same for us. Our consciousness, we possess a mind. But do you realize that sentence? It sounds weird. We? Who's we? An identity. And possess a mind, the pure, raw mental substance alone. What I'm saying is, in the eschaton, we will possess the same identity as God, but retain our own perspectives. So imagine this for me. There is a dreamer who has a world of conscious dream characters. These conscious dream characters have their own identities, memories, beliefs, actions, tastes, bodies, everything. But here's the thing. Even though they are entirely different identities from one another, they are technically not different minds from a philosophical standpoint. Their consciousness is writing off entirely off of the dreamer's consciousness. So it is distinction, yet unity. So it is the fundamental part. It is the consciousness part that we are all one. But perspective, we're all different. However, one day, each perspective will obtain this identity, which is God qua God. So basically, it will be God, who is love, looking at God, who is also love. So it sounds really weird, but in the eschaton, it's going to be love, loving, love. And it's going to be everybody. That's what it is. It's just going to be pure, nothing but the beatific vision, nothing but pure, utter bliss. That's what it's going to be like. That's
so would you consider yourself a Christian? Or no?
Not really. I guess so.
Okay.
Because I mean, like, it'll be dishonest. It'll be misleading.
What do you view about Jesus? Is Jesus God in a way that's unique from us and how we are God from your view?
Yes. Even though I believe we're all ontologically God, technically, I do believe Jesus is uniquely God because Jesus was egoless. In other words, Jesus is basically like Buddha. Because Buddha is egoless in the Eastern tradition. Buddha is an egoless figure, and in the Japanese Buddhist tradition, this Buddha figure will descend down, incarnate, and then basically zap in all sin. It's really weird, but yeah, I do believe Jesus is uniquely God. He was God on earth, God dwelling on earth.
Do you believe the Gospels are accurate records of his history?
I'm agnostic on this because I don't do biblical
Okay.
studies. Yeah, but I will be checking it out one day.
I was curious because we have like Jesus weeping and Jesus getting angry and Jesus being happy and Jesus being sad. So like it sounds like you're combining pantheism with classical theism and the maximally great being argument. I don't feel like that could actually be substantiated from the biblical framework, which is why I was asking if you were a Christian or not and what emphasis you put on to that.
I will tell you this though. Here's what I do believe, that I do actually believe. I do believe that God needs to incarnate at some point in time. In fact, earlier I said that God needs to incarnate at some point in time. You can read the Odyssey. The reason why is in order for God to defeat all evils, according to the principle of divine simplicity, God is identical to the nature of goodness itself. God is not only a conscious agent who possesses goodness, but is identical to goodness. Because of this, heaven, or the beatific vision, being the greatest state of affairs, is a good state of affairs, and therefore, God being identical to goodness, and heaven being identical to goodness, God is identical to heaven. God is the beatific vision, which is the best state of affairs. In order to have all conscious agents be within the beatific vision, God must then obtain every identity in existence. This means God needs to incarnate, leave heaven where there is no suffering, and go to the realm where there is suffering that exists, which is in our cosmos. And he decided to most likely descend down here on earth. In this incarnation event, God will then endure all negative psyche states in existence. This is the greatest sacrifice in existence. You can tell it directly from theism that nobody has suffered more pain in existence than God himself, because his love is more relentless than any earthly mother. So he can have all conscious agents be united to him within the beatific vision in the eschaton. That's what I believe. So incarnation is necessary.
I love how you used mother because you're of your past Catholicism. You're just
Oh no, I use that. That's like my own kind of thing. It's not because of Mary.
Okay.
In fact, what's interesting
it's
is
very similar language to what they use, but
oh yeah, I get it. In Catholicism, when I was a Catholic, I didn't pray to Mary a lot. What I did pray, remember, because I was a non-dualist, so that's why I thought praying to saints makes absolute sense. I still do. I still do think it makes absolute sense, but you don't need to pray to like each specific one, like naming them out, like dear Pope Damasus or dear Saint James. Like you got to go here and then you got to go there. No, you can just pray just immediately, and they'll all hear it. They all act in unison together. They are within the beatific vision. But basically, back then when I was a Catholic, the saints I prayed to the most was Saint Thaddeus, Saint Jude, or Judas Thaddeus. I think that's his full name. He is the one who wrote the Epistle of Jude, and it's because in the Catholic Church, he is the patron saint of figuring out the impossible. And when I was a Catholic, I struggled with having universalism be with the magisterium. I spent around 500 hours in total studying the magisterium. I found very esoteric documents, so esoteric that not even the textbooks at like certain universities had any details on them whatsoever. And I was like, oh my God, please help me. I found the Tome of Damasus, this ancient document. There's only 2 tomes in Catholicism. Tome of Leo, Tome of Damasus, nobody even knows about. And basically in Canon 21 of its 24 canons, because it was ratified by Pope Damasus, the 37th Pope, and also a saint, in Canon 21, it says, he who does not believe that God will be saving everyone is a heretic. It gives an anathema. That is ex cathedra criteria fulfilled. Yep. So as you can see, like, ooh, wow, universalism is dogma in Catholicism. But I read Vatican I and it crushed that. So there was a contradiction, like, no, this can't be true at all.
And then you read Vatican II and it's universalism again.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have to be universalist. I don't know how I cannot be a universalist. I actually
if you're a Catholic, I think you have to affirm universalism now because of Vatican II, just outright. At least among the ones who believe God is God. So maybe not the Hindus, but at least Islam, Judaism, Christianity.
You are in fact correct. In Vatican II, specifically in a document titled Gaudium et Spes. Oh yes, Lumen Gentium as well. Wow, you know about this. I'm surprised. Yes, Lumen Gentium.
I've read every council. I've spent years studying Catholicism. Yeah, go
What? Really? Are you an ex-Catholic?
Nope. I had my best friend was Catholic, and I was trying to convince him to not be Catholic.
Oh my
I
goodness.
studied it. Yeah, and I went deep into that for like 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so I've studied Islam, Catholicism, Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism a little bit, not that much. Buddhism a little bit, not that much.
Yeah, Muslims, you
there's
better watch out.
philosophy.
This man is a powerhouse. That's impressive what you do. Wow, I never knew that. That's so impressive. Really, I really am impressed by that. Studying the magisterium is not an easy thing because it's methodology that's a problem.
It's like penance. It's like penance. It is suffering inflicted onto yourself.
Yes,
your
indeed.
willful suffering.
It is stressful. It was like when I was on vacation during winter break, I was like, oh, studying the magisterium. It was not fun at all. I'll be up at like 1 a.m. reading it because I was so paranoid. Like, oh, does it allow universalism or not? I should have read Vatican I though. In Vatican I, it states explicitly one must interpret church documents and church dogma in light of what the Holy Mother Church has always thought. And I was like, okay, the probability of like, yeah, like the probability of like Lyons 2, for instance. Let me pull up like a random quote. Don't mind if you wait for like 30 seconds.
That's fine. I mean, the easiest one in Vatican I is that Peter is the Pope, and that's not been the case. Like 80% of church fathers did not think Peter was the rock of Matthew 16.
You are correct. Yeah, that's also an anomaly. Like, for instance, in Fourth Lateran Council held in 1215, he will come at the end of time to judge living and dead, blah, blah, blah. For the latter, perpetual punishment with the devil. Perpetual punishment. That's eternal. So there you go. That's one example. Like, there's this link of like all eternal hell passages in the Magisterium. SteamYard chat for you. But like I had to deal with so much stuff, man. Oh, I'm so happy I deconverted. No more.
Oh, Edward Fesser. Yeah, I have his book on the 5 proofs for God's existence.
Oh, yeah,
he's a classical theist, though. Edward Fesser, the person you just put into the chat.
He was like, he's a philosopher guy. And he was like, oh my God, you infernal list. And I'm like, no, dude, that's weird. Don't be an infernal list.
But, I have his book on the 5 proofs for the existence of God. It's pretty good. It's a classical theist work, so you have to assume that God is immutable and impassible, which I don't myself, because I don't think that lines up with scriptures. Now, I will say classical theism is at least guaranteed to be true from the philosophical framework. Atheism is false because classical theism can be true. Now, I don't think classical theism is true because I don't think that's the actual characteristics of God. But you can philosophically, like, the argument for mere theism is airtight. Like the unmoved mover, like all the 5 ways of the Aquinas, like all that type of stuff. Those things all compounded together. If you accept immutability and impassibility, you cannot get past theism. You have to be a theist.
I got you. I never meddled in that 5 ways kind of stuff, like the Kalam cosmological party area, because the truth is that functions as new evidence on a Bayesian framework. And because this functions as new evidence, it doesn't matter if you have it doesn't matter if you have it doesn't matter how much new evidence you have for theism. If you have crap priors, which is going to boil down to your, is theism conceivable, which is going to deal into your theodicy stuff, your new evidence is not going to matter at all because hypotheses need background knowledge in order to be updated on with new evidence. I'm sorry if you're like, hey, do you know anything about Bayesian epistemology, or you do?
I'm a data scientist. Yeah, I've studied statistics. So I've done Bayesian learning models. So like Bayes networks for predicting various events like weather events and financial events, so we can use Bayes model to predict stocks and whatnot. No, I'm quite familiar with Bayes. I taught Bayes, so I taught machine learning at the university I work at. So I taught a graduate course there, and now I do graduate level research.
You're a professor?
For my job, not. So I was a SI. I was a supplemental instructor for the graduate machine learning course.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm a research associate. So I'm at the level of a junior professor, but I don't teach anymore because I started teaching during COVID. I started teaching spring 2020, and then COVID happened. And I had to transition online, and I went from like holding office hours in person and like teaching students, and it was like a lot of fun. And then I went to trying to convert everything I had planned because I wrote all the labs, I'd graded all the homework, I did all the fun, boring stuff. And I was teaching for that, and then COVID happened, and I was like, okay, I don't want to do this. I switched to full-time research, so they changed my job position. So I've been doing full-time research for 5 years.
You got a lot of lore.
I do medical and then genetics research.
Man, that you got a lot of backstory, man. I thought you were like just like a normal Christian apologist. You know your stuff. If you know Bayes, immediately top tier. Wow, man, you should be much more popular. Like, oh my God, if there's any Muslims listening, I doubt there is. You better watch out for this guy. I'm serious because he knows Bayes. If you know Bayes, you can crush Islam. I'm serious. If you know Phil Tsai, you can do anything in the world. What was I saying about the magisterium? Like,
I mean, a lot of people think Bayesian algorithm is the master algorithm. Ever gone into artificial general intelligence in the master algorithm?
Wow.
So Bayes is like one of the 5 contenders for it. Like reinforcement learning, animal learning, time TD learning, time difference. Those type of models together, you can create AI models that can learn technically anything. And Bayesian is one of the contenders for a thing that can learn anything if applied to artificial intelligence.
Wow, that's really impressive. You're a real scientist.
Yeah. Interestingly, so you can also do that for like confidence lower bounds. So if you like experiment with everything inconceivable all at once, you do that once, you do that a couple other times, you can actually create your confidence intervals for every conceivable event. So then you can plan out, okay, what is actually true from that, and you can create Bayesian models on that, and then figure out every conceivable reality and truth from that using Bayes. Now to actually like implement that is something beyond us right now. But mathematically, philosophically, Bayesian modeling can solve any conceivable problem. You just need enough data and enough time to process it.
Reverend, if this is Bayesian, if this is all Bayes, Reverend Bayes was like a genius, dude. This 1700s mathematician, holy crap.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Student was also
so
pretty
smart.
insane too. Yeah. It's like t-tests. There's like we had Gauss, Bayes, student, and
I've heard of Gauss.
We had a lot of statisticians that invented most of the math we use today, especially for AI, because AI is essentially just statistical learning. So that's what its classical name was. In the 50s is whenever AI was invented, and that was originally called statistical learning. So that's like your decision trees, your not neural networks, but the neural networks are from the 50s. They made a mechanical neural network. So like how like ChatGPT works is from transformer networks, which are based on neural networks and encoder-decoder pairings, where you have multiple what's called like transform layers or like embedding layers that help the neural network understand everything. We can actually build that with pipes. So there's the oldest AI is an artificial intelligence from copper piping that managed all of the connections between the different neurons inside of the model. So that was the early form of AI. And then you also had statistical learning, which was before then, but it was right around the 50s when it exploded. There was this renaissance of AI where reinforcement learning, all of the basis of reinforcement learning, neural networks with the ANN, so artificial neural network, came from a multi-layer perceptron. So you can build that with metal. Then they eventually applied it to mathematics off of the metal. So Bayesian fits right into that. So that was just one of the first things that was plugged into it. In like K-nearest neighbors, where you can like solve any form of problem if you model it as a game with probabilities. If you can solve the game, you can use Bayesian to do it, which also gets into reinforcement learning, which is essentially that. It's like solving game-like problems. So if you can conceive any problem as a game or as some form of reward system, you can use Bayes to solve it, which is how we did early machine learning up until like the 90s and like 2014 was the big shift to deep learning, which is what I do.
Man, I probably understood only 1% of what you said, low key.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like the kind of Bayes I come from, it's not that kind of Bayes. It is the philosophy of science utilization of Bayes. So I'm not like into like the super mathematics statistics. Though one day I will be. I plan on studying physics one day. Largely because of Johann Rotz. So I'm so inspired by this guy. He is very interested in theoretical physics. He has a master's in physics and a master's in philosophy. So he's both. And I like to follow down that path. I think that's really cool. I'm currently just studying math right now, though. But
Okay. Yeah, math can send you down a lot of rabbit holes.
I've been doing a lot of more philosophy than math. I don't have much else to say. Just one more question. David Wood's server. What channel can I find that on? Act 17 Polemics or Apologetics?
It's on act17.com.
Oh, okay.
So you can join that. So it's community.act17.com is the paid server, and then I've posted the link there several times. Where that's if you want to support him and his work. It's not that much money each month. Or if you wanted to send me an email, you can do it that way.
So I have to pay to get into the Discord server, or?
Oh, you have to pay to join the Act 17 community. There are some people on the Discord server that currently haven't paid, so it would be fine if you don't pay. But I don't want to send the link here. Oh, I guess I could send it in the private chat since you're already part of the call.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's fine. I am the admin there. Private chat. You can join that. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Wow, thank you. Yeah. If you ever want to talk about, what's up?
I have one question for you before you head out, because this is going to be something that I think is interesting. So, from your defeat position, how do you deal with sin's origin? Like, why did God allow sin to begin with? Rebelling against God's nature. So the Tavats or the Ivriot for the Hebrews, like any aggression against the law.
The law? What do you mean by the law?
Yeah. The law that Yahweh gave to the Israelites. The moral law.
Well, I don't believe in, that.
Okay.
Yeah,
so where did evil come from? I guess could be another way to ask this.
The evil comes from the illusion of separation.
Okay, so you're taking more of like a Buddhist view?
Mm-hmm, okay. Right. So it's when basically you have a dualist take, not substance dualist, okay? It doesn't have to deal with your metaphysics. It just has to deal with this overall general dualism. When this happens, that's how evil is born. Because in dualism, if there is separation, then there is me and them. There is hell and heaven. There is good and bad. There is us, the good, and them, the wicked. In this, it creates strife. In this strife, it creates fighting and judgment and hatred, or things like that. It can go back and forth. It can be on whatever side. You can be innocent, and there would still be strife that would happen. So that is where the fighting comes. But if all are equally within the same room, if all are kin, fighting falls face flat. In fact, I've recently spent the last 5 months working on reverse engineering the mechanics of a certain mystical experience I felt here on Earth, which happened on August 12th, 2024 at 2:39 p.m. And what happened was that this is going to sound really crazy, and you're probably going to be like, oh man, this guy's a complete nut job. He needs to take his meds. But I'm serious. No, I'm not a nut job. No, I'm not a schizo. No, I wasn't taking any drugs or anything like that. I'm normal. Nothing crazy with me. But basically, I felt heaven on earth, like real heaven, the metaphysical heaven. And what I mean by this, well, I didn't feel all of heaven. I felt an atom of heaven, an atom of the beatific vision. And I saw the entire world clearly through the eyes of God, metaphorically. And I understood all things. And it was, I'm telling you this right now. Now, this is the anomalous part to naturalism. I felt ineffable ecstasy, just nothing but pure bliss, nothing but unconditional love, within and without, flowing within through me. It was the most beautiful day of my life. I've never stopped thinking of that ever since. In fact, 8/12 didn't last for 15 minutes like a high. It lasted for weeks on end until about November, which was before I converted to Catholicism. And I believe it was because I had this super judge view of God, this basically ego crawled back, long story short. But now I know this was actually divine because in blissful NDEs, you know what an NDE is, right?
Yes. Yeah. I was about to actually bring up the book Miracles by Craig Keener. And he goes through
I know that
large book. Okay. I have the volume. Well, it's 2 volumes. I call it a book. It's like both volumes together like that thick. It's
really cool
amount of material.
Do you know who Caleb Jackson is?
No.
Check out Caleb Jackson. Well, he is, a little bit less known, but he is currently writing a book, like 600 pages on miracles. Hardcore. Check him out. He has a YouTube channel. He doesn't post a lot on there because he's usually more of a guest on other channels. His name is Caleb Jackson. He is absolutely amazing. Cameron Bertuzzi?
Mm-hmm.
He has a second channel, and I forgot the name of it. It's like something miracles. And there's this one video on the miracle doing of St. Joseph of Cupertino. This video came out in October of 2024. And when I watched this video, basically Caleb Jackson, we were in this secret Facebook group chat together that Kyle made, and some other people are in it. You know who Than is from Inspiring Philosophy? Than Christopoulos. He's a guy with glasses.
Yes, I do know him, but I don't watch enough of IP. I mostly watch IP whenever he goes on to AP and David's streams.
Oh, I see.
So I don't watch much of IP's work on his channel, but whenever I have, I've seen Than on it. I just couldn't tell you much about him.
Than is in the group chat with us. I've known him for years. He's a really cool guy. And recently he got onto IP, and and everybody was like, "Oh my God, you made it, bro! You're finally on the big channel." Because IP is like the most popular. I'll be honest. God Logic, I think God Logic is just as popular. Man, I love God Logic. But basically,
Avery's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love Avery. But basically, like, wait, what was I saying? I kind of forgot.
The miracles of Caleb Jackson and
oh yeah, right, the miracles of Caleb Jackson. Yeah, Caleb knows Stan. We all know each other, and we are in this group chat together, which Stan is in. And Caleb, he was like, "Hey, this video Cameron made, like all the details in it is my doing. So it's basically like Caleb backseating who made the video, basically, and it's Cameron who just produced it. And just check it out. It's amazing stuff. St. Joseph of Cupertino, this guy is a wizard. This guy, it's real. He was flying, like, undeniable. I do not know how you can get around this. He was doing amazing miracles. And I can explain all of this away on a non-dual metaphysics, because if we're all ontologically God, this is going to sound completely crazy. But the concept of muggle doesn't exist. Everybody can do miracles just as crazy as St. Joseph of Cupertino. What I'm saying is, you can fly. I know it sounds completely harebrained, trust me. I was like, wait, what? This makes no sense. But it's entailed from non-dualism. If you're ontologically God, there you go. You don't have any limitations. It just happens. But, you don't have that metaphysics. You don't have the same metaphysics as me. So I respect your position.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, like, force anything onto you. But
I like learning about new views and new ideas that I've not heard before.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I do still have lots of issues with the position you've put out so far, but we can talk about that later. We don't talk about it now. But
what was another thing I was gonna say? It was, wait, I'm trying to think. No, I think that's it. Also, by the way, that channel, that server you sent me, the link didn't work. Is it possible you can send me a direct link from the server instead of
yeah, I did the wrong thing. Okay, so hold on.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me see if it works.
I was wondering why you didn't join yet.
There it is. I'm in it now. Woohoo! Sweet.
Hey, I'll wave to you. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. I really do appreciate having me on. It's really cool. I learned a lot about you. Man, I did not know you're like this OP. Man, it's so cool to see this. Like, Bayes, the Magisterium. The Magisterium? I'm still so shocked that you know about the Magisterium. You spent 3 years studying that. That's impressive. I don't know anybody else who has had that kind of like same devotion as I did. So yeah.
It was ironic. So my Catholic friend, whenever I was talking about like, yeah, I'm reading through the catechism, and he's like, why? That's what I mean. It's like I was just like screenshotting passages to him, like, do you actually believe this? And he's like, that's crazy. I can't believe you're actually believing it, or I can't believe you're actually reading it. Whenever I read that, I like glaze over. I'm like, yeah, it's suffering to get through this for sure.
When I was a Catholic, I was like super radical and traditional. Really weird to say because I was a universalist. Okay, but in fact, you can actually say universalism is effectively hyper traditional because in early Christendom it was the unanimous view. This is from I know it sounds weird.
It wasn't unanimous. It was viewed. I'll let you say that. I don't think it was unanimous. I'll push back on that.
Okay.
It was a popular view.
A popular view. Okay, I got you. Well, let's settle with that. A popular view. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need to defend as a unanimous view. Back then I did.
That's fine.
But basically, I was like, hey, this is a very ancient church view. So yeah, I'm basically traditionalist. Nothing crazy here. I'm not preaching any weird modernist stuff. This is technically very ancient thought. And I was like so radical. I was planning to go to an SSPX mass because it's more traditional. It's like I don't like this. Novus Ordo. Novus Ordo is so bad. They got the guitar in mass. It's gross. I was also going to plan to go to priesthood, but then I stopped when Kyle made me he was like, bro, dude, just stop being Catholic. I was like, okay. And I'm still not gonna I'm still living a more monastic life. I'm not gonna go down priesthood, but I was gonna just letting you know this was the kind of life I was living. I was very traditional. I was lighting candles as I was studying. Whole lot of useless crap that doesn't really do much. But when I was a Catholic, I was so radical. I just threw out the entire CCC. I was like, screw the CCC, man. I don't care what it says. You think I care? No, I don't. So I just threw it out. And it solved a lot of my problems because it actually taught eternal hell in it. That was one big motivator I had. So, yeah. But overall, I just want to clarify, when you ask me, am I a Christian? I mean, no, not really. Probably you're gonna think I'm a total heretic. You probably already do. I don't mind because I really am. If you think about it, I believe in non-dualism. I believe everybody is God ontologically. I'm a non-dualist, so I mean this fits nowhere in the
you directly affirm things that contradict with the Bible.
Yeah, basically. And also I don't believe in inspiration of scripture. I don't because here's one thing I do believe in, and I respect your beliefs, but this is what I believe in. I do believe Catholic apologists are indeed right. Without a magisterium system, one cannot believe in inspiration of scripture. You obviously disagree with me because you're not a Catholic, you're a Protestant, and you believe in inspiration. I understand, but this is just my beliefs. So because of that, I do not believe in inspiration of scripture. Furthermore, even if I did not even said that, I do not believe that God would even send down any scripture, because it has to deal with the axiology of God. Basically, if the purpose of scripture is for communion and in non-dualism, we're already one with God, then we don't really need to, we're not required to learn certain propositions in order to obtain communion with God, basically. So it depends on your metaphysics. If you're on a dualist metaphysics, 100%, it's cool. You're right. If you're on non-dual, no, it can't work. We're operating on different paradigms. Critiquing each other will be like shouting through a window. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's why apologists to India is so difficult, because they'll just be like, yeah, of course, I believe that. I believe that. I believe that. Then they'll go back and they'll do whatever Hindu practice they were doing before.
Well, it's 12 a.m. for me. I'm going to get going.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you having me on and sending that server link. I'm gonna stay on that server for sure.
Yeah. We do weekly meetings. You can go through it, but
yeah. All right, cool. I will see you later. Okay. You take care. Good night. All right.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Okay. And then there was one. Well, thank you for everyone who came out during that. That was a series of interesting conversations and ideas. And yeah, may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you always. Prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family. Well, we don't need to pray for Charlie. He's with the Lord. And prayers for his family with Erica and their kids. Well, let's go. Let's end it this way. So, Lord, thank you for your goodness, your kindness, your love, and your mercy. That even with tragedies, even with Charlie being killed today and being assassinated, that there's still going to be good that comes from this, that there's still love and kindness that comes about from this, that you lead others to you in a more deep way, that they can see this evil that was happening. It causes them to come to Christ, and that we are brought closer together because of this, not divided, but that we are able to settle down the tension, find peace, and unite and settle the differences, that we are all able to come to you and come to truth. Lord, that you are with Erica and the boy, or their 2 kids. I believe it's a daughter and a son. Lord, that you're with their 2 kids and Erica and the rest of his extended family, that you are helping them cope with the suffering that they're experiencing. The kids, if they saw the event, that they are able to deal with the trauma of losing their father. And Lord, that there is goodness that can come out of this evil. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you for coming out.